Tropicana gets its roof torn off, Tropicana Stadium that the Tampa Bay Rays play in. And if you look into it, Tropicana orange juice was created in 1947 at the same time the U.S. military did their first ever experiment on a hurricane. You guys can look it up. 1947, first experiment on a hurricane. Bradenton, Florida is where Tropicana orange juice was created. In Bradenton. So you just happen to have Anderson.
I've had non-sexual orgasms within my body, pleasures that I didn't know were possible.
Fuck you. There's another short hat.
You deserve that, wrestler.
It's true. You do this.
It's damn near like a rite of passage in this. Oh my god, it's working.
Mandy says that Dolly grips harder than me. This is fucking unacceptable.
Get pulled out, bitch. Don't grip them.
I really haven't been grifting hard enough. You guys, I just found out I have cancer.
Bank account transfer?
They're transferring your PP.
I'm going to clip that. You have cancer.
All right, but seriously, donate some fucking money. It's just because I might have cancer and just not know about it.
And to be fair, that is untreated, unknown cancer is the worst type of cancer because it's untreated.
Right,
so I think
and unknown.
For untreated cancer people, get out your wallets, open your wallets, open your heart.
I can't believe I have the worst type of cancer there is. This is tragic. I just need some money to get one thing.
God is so dead. The stillness is so gentle. The silence is powerful. I hear the hill, see, because it's through the silence of our listening and our seeking that God reveals the wisdom. The wisdom is realized in the silence from within you. The silence within you is beyond the mind chatter, behind those gossiping and controlling voices that are always
right,
around.
Folks. Come on down to
Whether it's in
WBDT, the
your
Ortho
ears
guy.
or around, there's voices and gossip,
Dead air.
voices
We
and
have
words
dead
that
air.
want to control you, want to interrupt your peace, interrupt your silence.
All right, what's up, everybody? We're back. We're live. We're watching. Looks like LA burned down again. Nice to see everybody. Didn't waste no time to swap on over to the other channels. I'm sure all the other content creators that are also streaming this appreciate it. What's up, Imperious? What's up, Shiva?
How are you, man? Yeah, no, this is going to get good the later this goes. I'm telling you, man. Like, this is going to get pretty interesting tonight. If we think yesterday was interesting, I think tonight might be worse.
Well, they got like 5 cop cars on fire right now as we speak.
I've seen 3 so far, I think.
You know, they're lucky they put them safety gas tanks on there now that don't explode like the old ones did. Otherwise, we'd have 3 exploded cars.
We was waiting on it. I didn't even know that was a feature. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, well, because the gas tanks aren't made out of steel anymore. They're made out of like a really, really hard like polymer or plastic. What happens is they'll get real hot and they'll melt out the bottom rather than pressure building up and causing the whole steel gas tank to explode like they used to.
That would have been bad. Those cats was walking way too close.
Oh, hold on, Joe. I got you. This shit's crazy though.
Cheering it on.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this is gonna get interesting tonight because it's. Uh, the question is, as you heard, did you hear the mayor speak a few minutes ago, or no?
No, I didn't hear the mayor.
Oh, the governor's already sent legal letters to the president saying you can't be doing this. We have it under control. You can't acquire. I see this as an illegal move. You taking control of the guard. Oh yeah, dude, this is gonna escalate, man. Because remember, every 700,000 illegals removed is one less seat in the House that the Democrats control.
Yeah, I think that is something that people tend to forget about too. The main push for all these illegals is the more the population and the number of House seats they have. Aren't they even trying to get it to the point to where they can get a couple extra Senate seats out of this too?
No, they can't do the Senate because that's appropriated 2 per state. But the thing is if they get, shit. You'd have to. I forgot how they'd have to. They could vote. With enough state control, they could vote in Puerto Rico as a state and get 2 new states or senators right there and stuff. So,
do you know if they ever managed to do away with the filibuster that they was trying to do a couple years ago?
No, they haven't gotten rid. No, not yet. I wouldn't be surprised if. But the thing is both sides say they're going to when they're in power, but both don't because
benefit off of it.
Yeah, because it's too important as the only bulwark against like a total, control government that both sides really don't want.
Right. Man,
but then again, Harry Reid changed the rules in the Senate, so it's a simple majority for judges. It used to be a filibuster 60 for federal
it used
judges.
To be 2/3 in the Senate, didn't it?
60. In it for the Senate, it used to be 60 for judges, but Harry Reid just did a simple majority. So, the Democrats do change things sometimes, and usually it kicks them in the ass because look what happened with the Supreme Court and stuff.
Right. See, now this protesting going on in LA wouldn't bother me if you saw American flags flying. But you don't see American flags. All you see is Mexican. Well, there's one flag. I've been proven wrong. One that American flag.
Seems like it's very impractically placed.
It does, don't it? But see, my question is isn't this how Congress managed to label January 6th an insurrection as well? Because they tried to say that the insurrectionists were flying Gadsden flag and the black no quarter flag and all that shit, and that meant that they were trying to take over.
Wasn't it the attempted?
Be more of an insurrectionist because the goal of this whole thing is to change the U.S. government. It's not to like stop something from happening or they're angry. They want to change the fundamental form of governance. That's the issue. It's a political movement to change it to a communist state. That's a Palestinian flag. You see what I'm saying? These are out. Look at that. This is bigger than just a Latino. This is an example of a communist takeover.
Yeah. It absolutely is. Got 72 watching across all 8 channels that are streaming this, man. So we appreciate everybody. Don't forget to support what are they calling it? The Griff No State. Make sure you support the Griff No State and either hit my Cash App, Bunkin's Cash App, Ortho's Cash App, or if you're in my chat, you can hit the super chat. But I don't think anybody
to keep this on because you're going to want to stream this because people are going to want to see this as this goes on later tonight.
Yeah, I'm telling you. I don't think anybody else has been streaming this since it started.
No, not really.
We have. And to be honest with you, that's why I figured I'd hop up and let Bumpkin take a break and Ortho. That way you guys could still keep watching it and discussing
Yeah,
it.
we appreciate it, man. We appreciate it.
Did we lose Joe?
Do what?
Did we lose Joe?
He must have fell off. I'm sure he'll hop back up one way or another. Shout out to True Hype with the $5. Says, looks like this year's mostly peaceful protest, aka Summer of Love 2, going really good. Staying away from the I word. It's looking close to it. Can't say as I disagree, sir. Can't say as I disagree. It sure does look an awful lot like what they claimed Jan 6 was. Actually, this is already taking a more violent turn than Jan 6 did, in my opinion, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I'm telling you're seeing federal officers attacked. Openly, like the federal officer. It was mostly DC officers. It wasn't. There was no trucks being attacked, like officers in their trucks being attacked, being dragged out. Dude, there's video of literally they had to rescue one of these cops from like a group or one of these federal FBI agents from because he was trying to grab a girl and they all surrounded him and pushed him and knocked him down, and others had to go in there and go nuts to get him out.
Right.
Look, J6 is bad, but none of those people were going to kill a cop. I can guarantee you that.
No, I mean, no.
The news still tells the lie that a cop was killed on that day by the protesters.
They tried saying several cops were still killed. And
they still say that on CNN. To this day, I saw it repeated 3 weeks ago.
Well, how much you want to bet that car's about to go up in flames? Yeah, look, there's already a fire in it.
Golly, man. And then somebody made a point a while ago about how the protesters that are there to actually protest and not act like a bunch of goons that are watching all this go down.
Shout out to Christy Weber with the $10 ball. Says, thanks for covering this. Not a problem. Not a problem. We're just doing our civic duty over here, making sure people stay informed the proper way.
Thanks for being here, Christy.
Absolutely. Thanks for being here. And thanks for donating and helping support the Grift No State.
Yeah, shout out to the chat for recognizing that. He doing this. He helped us out a lot. So,
yeah. Shout out to Speak Radio with $5.
What does Speak Radio think is going on in the UK with the Arabs?
He said this was made possible by.
I can tell you something. It's not this.
Shout out to Speak Radio with the $5 boy. Says this was made possible by corporate greed. Send these damn invaders back. This is the American version of what's going on in the UK with Arabs.
Absolutely. It's by corporations wanting cheap slave labor, but it's also the American people's fault that we're addicted to foreign cheap slave labor to China and Africa and all these places because we don't want to spend our money. We want to save a couple bucks here and there. We promote the continued poverty and abuse of these people everywhere because if they should be in their countries building their nations up, just like America didn't start out great. It took America 150 years to become a power. Every nation starts out small and grows. But the problem is that we're promoting slave labor there so that they will never be able to rise up. So he is right.
Oh, shit, I forgot. I can give you guys girls for your donations, too, real quick. I got a few on here. You guys want rewarded? Put one in the chat if you guys want rewarded for your donations. And
you see that chat? They're building our houses, picking our food. That's ridiculous. No, they're not. Not most Latinos. The ones that are successful, they start businesses. They do plumbing. They do landscaping. They do all kinds of things. They're machinists. They're carpenters. They're business people. They're real estate agents. They're all kinds of things. To say that they're just picking our crops, that's pathetic. The problem with what's happening, we have corporations called Monsanto and all these other that own all the farmland, and then hire illegals, which is against the law, and use those people as slaves. You think that's right? That they're building our nation, so we want to build a nation out of slaves? We want to continue slavery? Is that how we want to do it?
Shout out to Innate Ways with his $5 ball saying, matching the $5, hit that thumbs up button. Let's go, America. You know what?
Let's go.
And this is a shout out to all you guys. Thank you.
Yeah. So seductive. I take you to the candy shop.
Okay.
You like that?
I have that same fit, Dio says.
And he's right. He's right. The company does. If you tomorrow passed a law that said every board member of any company or any owner of any sole proprietor or whatever board or however governance structure you have would serve 20 years if they hired illegals, the illegals would be gone by next week. That's the real thing.
Say that again, Imperius.
If you made a law that said that any company that is found to hire illegals, their CEOs and board members would be liable up to 20 years in jail, you would see all these illegals be gone. Yeah. That's the real. That's the fastest way, but no one wants to go after these companies. That's the real issue. Because all these people need money to be able to live and stuff. They have incentivized to come here because they'll know there'll be jobs. If there ain't no jobs, there's nothing for them. They don't come.
Yeah. The nation would not collapse without illegal labor. Yeah. No. Oh shit.
It is interesting. We're watching a UK news for US events because the US events won't show this. Shows how our literal media is the most corrupt.
Man, that is crazy if you think about it.
It shows how corrupt our media is. They won't show this.
I smelled napalm in the air and I had to come back.
Well, you're seeing it right there. A few more cars get lit up, you might not even see anyone. It might just be black cloud down the street.
Well, I just read a report. It's 2 hours old. Like trying to find an update, but said the Marines are on standby to move in.
That's what I said earlier. Yeah, they're in Camp Pendleton. So I wouldn't be surprised at night if they get moved in. I don't know. And dude, these people are gonna learn what scary is if you send the Marines in, because that's a whole different level of viciousness. Those guys are vicious, dude.
One Apache 64 and they'll scatter like rats.
They can't use the Marines though, right? It's Americans out there.
Oh, yes, they can. If it's an insurrection of foreign nationals, it's a very questionable circumstance. Yeah, they might be able to.
There's a lot of Americans out there too, man.
Well, yeah, they might not fire upon Americans, but you get the Marines down there to start clubbing people down and then arresting people, it'll get done pretty quick. And not just that, but once you move the military has extra crowd control devices. They have like microwave emission crowd devices and stuff like that.
They can't use them on us though, yeah?
They can, yes, they can. Non-lethal devices, yes, they can.
I thought the military outside of National Guard couldn't even be activated against American citizens. I thought that was illegal.
Obama legalized drone strikes on American soil when he was
outside. Wait, on American soil?
On American soil, yes.
Yeah.
Where?
As national security advisors, as national security team.
I mean, and not on the was it like fucking where?
Dude, he killed an American citizen in a drone strike.
I thought it was in a different country somewhere. Where was it?
It wasn't in the U.S., Joe.
That wasn't in the U.S. But he legalized drone strikes within the U.S. as an option. Yes.
Well, he's a monkey too, so.
Because drones are not drones are not categorized as military hardware.
Yeah, that's probably.
They're categorized as something else. So he legalized it. So he snuck them in there
He's
as
got
being able
around
to
it.
use.
Yeah.
It's a
That's what
defense or some kind of.
politicians do.
Hey, shout
I
out
kind
to
of like that though.
Hey, shout out to everybody out there in the chat, man. We're up to 100 viewers right now, which is
I told
absolutely
you.
amazing.
Hey, thank Imperious for saying keep the stream going because I told you this shit's gonna get fun, dude.
Hey, and make sure on make sure you're hitting that
Thank
like.
you, fucker.
Hey guys, make sure you're hitting that like button on whatever platform you're watching on. You know that way this continues to stay out into the algorithm because obviously American news channels aren't showing this. As Imperious had pointed out just a few seconds ago, that we're actually catching this from a news source and where the UK.
Yeah, that's Independent, I think, right? Or is that the Guardian or the Independent? One
The
of those.
Independent.
The Independent.
That's British news, yeah.
Well, Snowman's
Share
a
it.
much better
Everybody wants
host
to
than that
see
other
it.
guy.
Share it.
I appreciate that.
Notice how Fox News is playing another channels. That's funny. Look at the chat. They said this is on Fox News right now. That means that the U.S. news or have no journalists in there. All those people are independent journalists or journalists from other countries.
That says something.
That says something, right? Doesn't it? That they don't want us to see what is going on in there, and they don't want the liability of going in there because they know it's going to be violent for their own crews.
Yes, I think more so the first part because they don't want their actions. They know what they're gonna do. They're gonna go in for the night's over being covered on the fucking media. They're gonna act out.
Yep.
Drop
Can't
that
wait.
fucker with the
Frothing at the
flag.
mall. Frothing at the mall. They can't wait.
Yeah,
It ain't getting dark.
It probably when it get dark, like y'all said. It probably as soon as it get dark.
Give me an
I would be embarrassed.
Yep, once dusk starts setting in,
You got
man,
about
everybody's
2
gonna-
hours until it goes dark in LA, and that's when the shit's going to go down, dude.
If I were a patriot and I truly loved my country, to the extent to where I was standing in front of a foreign nation's National Guard waving my country's flag, I would be a little embarrassed at the backdrop that I'm waving my flag in right now.
Give me an M16 and they wouldn't be standing there.
I'd put my flag away at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want my country to be associated with this madness.
You don't want that to be the thumbnail.
Yeah. I mean, if I were a patriot, you know.
It's a little scary, man. That they're flying that
What's
flag
it mean to
here.
be a patriot?
I'm saying you got to think that that is a propaganda message saying we're here, you can't do shit, and we're coming for you. I don't care what race you are. That's a war against American citizens saying we're taking over.
You're gonna get a lot of Americans hot. Yeah.
It'd be different if they was waving an American flag, but they waving another country.
If they were Americans and they were actually pro-America and saying, "Look, we don't want to hurt the cops. But we're pissed off and we're gonna make our name known for it." I'd be like, fine. Look, even if you take over the streets and do some shit, fine. Just don't be burning cars, destroying the city, going after the cops. No, and then on top of that, waving another playful flags like in the face of them, saying, "Look, you can't do shit to us. We're here. You ain't doing nothing. We don't care about your laws. We don't care about the rule of law."
What if I'm out there and I'm waving one of their flags? Is it
then
different?
then when you're arrested,
Don't matter.
but when you will be put to a different way because you're an American citizen.
I'll be judged differently. Yeah.
You'll be judged as an American citizen by a simple misdemeanor.
No,
I'm not talking about through jail. I'm talking about through people's eyes.
No, that's not treason.
It'll still look
sure it is
through people's eyes.
If you're with the enemy, if you're with the enemy, that's treason.
Him waving a
You're
flag
either
out there
with
is
me
not
or
treason.
you are my enemy.
No,
That's
no,
right.
you can't. No, you can't. Treason is a very, very specific and
Remember,
serious
Chuck
thing.
is the sidewalk guy. Remember,
Now, if an American citizen is involved in that kind of thing right there, that's civil disorder. Okay, that is failure to disperse.
Enemy combatant. I'm sorry.
They're not an enemy. You can't.
This guy is full George Bush.
Yeah, you cannot call a fellow American.
That's awesome. I haven't met one of you in a while. It's been a minute.
Dude, like they have not deferred their citizenship or renounced it. So I don't know.
Yeah, they did. They just did by waving that flag.
Dude, I was in college and I used to go and protest and say all kinds of stupid shit and do all kinds of. Dude, you're not a combatant. A combatant is a very specific term, dude.
Real quick, let me play this quick little 30-second video. This is Democratic Representative Balint speaking at a town hall about migrants.
We don't have avenues for people to come here legally to work. We're going to build a whole
Well,
new. I'm going to be really crude right now. We're not going to have anybody around to wipe our asses because we don't have enough people
What
in
the
our
fuck?
country now to fill the jobs that we have right now.
Wipe my
That's what they
ass.
We
think.
have to make sure those folks
What the fuck?
This is
you
what I'm
say?
saying. It's slave labor,
How
dude.
these
It's
people really
slave
think.
labor.
rights are protected, and we also have to.
The Democrats have never given up their slaves, dude. From the Civil War, they wanted slaves after that. They didn't want to give it up, and now they want the illegals as their slaves.
That's dope. I like that take.
They want an adult conversation about legalized slavery. That's all they want these migrants for. If you ever notice and you listen to how they speak on them, they always speak on them like
who's picking our crops? Who's
your
going to build
vegetable
our
prices
roof?
are going to go
Yeah.
down. You want your 20-cent what is it, avocado to cost you $3, or you want your $3 salad to cost you $20. What they're literally selling you is legal slavery, only in another form right now. That's what they're selling people.
I like it, man.
Yeah, the answer is yes, by the way. And if I have to choose between having health care available for our veterans and whether or not I can even eat watermelon or avocados, I will gladly give up avocados.
I don't even eat avocados. I don't care. I don't need guacamole. Give the veterans a housing. They protect our nation.
I ain't giving up the water.
They knew what demographic they were targeting when they mentioned avocados. When they said avocados,
It's white women who eat avocados. White women are the primary consumers of avocados.
Hey, maybe we can make a deal with these Latinos. Maybe if we just give them all our white women and import all the Latinas, we can work something out.
I would make that trade so fast.
Half the white women. I'm gonna need a couple.
I don't even like.
I only want the really hot ones. They can see they don't like the really hot white women either. They like the kind of the bird-looking white women and stuff. They don't.
We
like,
give them the third string. We give them the third string.
Yeah, we'll give them the third. We'll give them the bench warmers.
Says,
Bench warming white chicks.
Wait a minute.
Find them on streams. Ain't you telling this snowman? I don't respect those other cats to be able to pull it off, but you should be able to put two streams up there at the same time. You know, Bumpkin's not that talented. It's not his fault.
And Blue Jay's correct too. If you read her comments, the water absorption and the amount of land that avocados and almonds in California take up, you could produce so much more regular food that people eat on a regular basis, like apples, bananas, grain, maize, all that kind of shit. You know what I mean?
I heard they're flying a bunch of them over here in jets.
Where you gotta get your almond milk then?
Oh my god! Oh my god! What did they do before almond milk? What did we do?
I know.
I feel like they're desensitizing us.
Almond milk isn't even good for you anyway.
Whatever the
yes, and in my new empire, every household is allowed an almond tree per every 4 citizens.
EAE, it's not worse than Rodney King yet because there's no murder or there's no killings. There were 3 or 4 people pulled. The famous guy that was pulled out of his truck in the middle of Rodney King riots and killed with a brick.
Reginald Denny or something like that.
Yeah, Reginald Denny. Yeah, Reginald Denny. That's his, and it was live on like a helicopter.
Yeah, that poor white guy
it's
got
not
beat.
that bad. It's not that bad yet, but I could see it getting there if like keeps continuing. Because remember, 40 to 50% of people in Los Angeles don't have jobs. So they have nowhere to be every night these weeks. They have nothing to do. They're on government assistance to survive. So they just sit in their paid houses, all that, and just go. And then they'll get bail because there's none of this. Unless the feds arrest these people here, they're going to be released the same night by the sheriff or the LAPD because in California, this is a overnight must be a releasable with no bond.
I don't know. I'm gonna play devil's advocate. If I'm out here protesting and the police try to block my protest, I expect motherfuckers to get behind me and beat up the police.
I expect to drop the protesters.
You can't beat somebody, dude. It's always self-defense. The one who strikes first is the one that's going to be in the wrong. Now, if you're protesting on the side of the street, you're standing there, he comes up and checks you. Yeah, smack it. I don't care. Fight back. Yeah, but if he's standing there.
The only reason this is occurring is because the police decided to get in there.
This was planned since yesterday. This was planned since yesterday.
Yes, to
This was
walk
planned.
around, right? Not to burn shit up, I don't guess.
No, dude, no. Read the Facebook posts, the Twitters, the Instagrams, what's going on online. They were organized to start. Dude, okay. Does anyone see that Latina, the city councilwoman for LA City Council that's promoting this, saying they need to be more extreme. They be more the protests need to be more radical.
What's her name?
I'm trying to let me look it up and see if I can find the link. But look up like LA City Councilwoman rioters, and she's like this fat monster. And she's talking about being more radical. She's talking about getting more extreme. She's telling that to she's on the.
Please tell me she's a white woman.
No, she's a fat Latina.
Okay.
And while we got this moment of silence, please don't forget to support the Griff No State. Make sure you support whatever stream you're watching this stream currently on, whatever content provider is providing your content for you, or you can hit one of the Cash App links that are currently scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Or if you like to see super chats, you can go over to Angry Snowman 2, where you can send super chats as well. Thank you.
I'm eating chips, so I can't really. I'm muted up.
I'm not getting results.
It's on X. I'll try to find the link. It's all over X. Hold on. It was a video of like early today. She was at some rally at the podium saying all this shit. Hold on.
Look, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 fires right there. So that's 4 police cars right down that road that's been set on fire.
It's crazy. Like,
Yeah,
look at the
you
federal
figure
building in the background too. Like,
$100,000 a
that
piece.
perfect fascist dystopian future. What do they call that architecture now? That new shit.
Dude, all I'm saying is that the quality of our vehicles has went downhill because those weren't really on fire that long. Jesus Christ. And it's nothing but a aluminum now.
And the architecture too, that building is in that new style. I can't think of the name of it. Like every federal building is now. Just ugly and plain with no beauty in it.
EAE would like to remind everybody that the NBA finals are currently going on right now too, my friends.
Where?
I don't even give a shit. I have it on the background, but I don't care. I'm watching this right here.
I want to see death and destruction.
I have a feeling, dude, by the time dusk hits, there's going to be enough angry, pissed off people that have been out in the heat all day long that something's going to pop up.
I just posted the link of that city council woman.
But if that's 4 cars, that's every bit of $100,000 each with electronics in them.
Good God, she is a heifer.
She looks like Jabba.
Jesus Christ, man. Dude, she looks like Jabba spit her out. Holy shit. We'll share this with everybody real quick.
Too much meat to handle, huh?
I think you should hear what she said, that the audience should hear what she says real quick. And tell me this isn't some kind of insurrection that's going on. I would say the entire state of California is in a state of insurrection. The governor's trying to fight this. The state's trying to fight. They're all resisting the federal supremacy.
Whoa, that's a woman?
Yeah, let's see what this heifer has to say.
Wow.
They know how quickly we mobilize. That's why they're changing tactics. Because community defense works and our resistance has slowed them down before. And if they're escalating their tactics, then so are we. When they show up, we gotta show up even stronger. They know how quickly we mobilize.
Well, it sounds like she wants a war.
That's what she's saying.
Kind of vague.
But that's still what I'm saying is that's
vague,
not
edited out of context.
Yeah, but that's a great clip to show that that's the kind of environment that California and LA is. She's saying that we will always escalate higher. That's not what a politician should be saying to the populace. It should be saying we'll be de-escalation. We need to slow. Even the mayor was saying no violence, that one's saying we will increase the violence if needed.
Shout out to Moxie with that $5 super chat. She said, treason is the crime of betraying one's country by attempting to overthrow the government. This looks like an insurrection and treason. I agree with her 100%. And shout out to you, Moxie. We appreciate you supporting the Griff No State.
treason is helping the enemy in a time of war.
Yeah, treason's helping the enemy. Well, again, this is why the whole Trump case was, because the Supreme Court pretty much said it's a real thin line between rioting and insurrection. The thing you got to look for is political motivation, really. And there may be political motivations in the organizers on this, but I think a lot of these people are just drugged up idiots that are illegals and don't want to be sent back. I don't think
It's
there's
just like the BLM or whatever over protests that I've been a part of.
I think there may be in the weeds, like you're seeing these politicians are the ones that should be arrested for treason. Not necessarily the people protesting on the street right there. They're useful idiots. They're lemmings. Get them for disorderly conduct. Get them for destruction of property, whatever, vandalism, blah, 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 fine. But they're not the ones organizing it and having a political motivation behind it. That's the treasonous part.
Quick frame of reference or whatever. Play, all the city and all that stuff, and San Francisco as well. The whole state of California is not like this, and most of those people voted red, and they detest this kind of stuff. But they're held hostage. They're held hostage because of the city thing. The blue city basically like has so much of the population.
Well, you got to realize the vote last time was only like 56-44 in California, which is the most votes the Republicans have gotten in 10, 15 years for president there. So you can't just throw away 44% of the state.
No, that's probably the most votes they've gotten since Reagan.
I'm not saying that.
So you can't throw away the whole state.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that because of that, and think of how many people there were like right leaning or even center right or moderate even left. They left, and they still got that close. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, right?
Well, and not just that, but look at that. All this is happening in very, very small segments. Drive 10 miles anywhere from where this is right now. There's nothing going on. It's literally, you're seeing where the real enclaves are. The cities of Los Angeles, city of San Francisco, the city of San Diego. It's these major cities that hide behind massive bureaucracies and tons of grants and monies and political power that are allowed to do this. Okay, and that's the issue. You need to go after the politicians that promote and don't enforce the law. They promote illegality. They don't enforce the law. And then you go after the CEOs and the business owners that are hiring these people to get them to want to come up here. That's how you would fix this very quickly.
Also, this is a mix. This is not organic. Like you have basically the same people that are funding, the bricks on the side of the road.
These are the same kids that were over the summer or last year protesting at the UCLA, shutting that down. These are the same people.
Yeah, but it's
same people.
It's a mix, though. So you got the opportunists their videos going around where they're robbing places in the chaos.
Yeah, that's looting. That's looting. That's different than rioting.
You got the opportunists that are like taking part in that stuff. You got
those are looters. Those aren't rioters. Rioters are the ones destroying it and shit. Looters are the ones just saying, "Oh, look, it's open. I'm going to grab something in here. I'm going to steal it." They're petty thieves. They're not the ones destroying the stuff to let people in. They're not the ones beating the crap out of the store owners and the clerks that are trying to stop people from getting in.
I agree with you, but I'm saying like all the violence stuff.
Yeah, all violence is bad. Yeah, no, I agree with you. There should be no violence in this.
No, I'm just saying like all the stuff that's happening in concert, all at the same time, right?
I'm not so sure you niggas agree that all violence is bad. First of all, let's not.
No, I'm saying violence in this situation by the protesters is bad.
What about
I'm not saying violence inherently is bad. Violence inherently is not bad. If the police here are being overly violent, then yes.
Well, overly violent, that's what we're gonna find. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I have not seen anything here today that shows the police acting aggressively.
Who do you think shot all the tear gas? The protesters?
Tear gas doesn't target any. It just says, "Get out of here, or you're gonna smell the gas."
You've been gassed. It's horrible. It
sucks, but it's only gonna hurt you if you stay there. Just walk away.
It's a less lethal option.
So, no. Is it okay if I tear gas the police? That'd be considered violence, right?
Yes.
Wait.
Is it not violence when the police tear gas me? It's a violent act.
Again, like I said, I didn't say
down. What are you supposed to do?
What was the question?
if they're burning shit down, what are you supposed to do? Just let them just take over the city, burn shit, destroy things?
Well, it would depend. If I went out there and the police, I'm a cop, and I went over there and shot some kid, and the people came out, and then I decided to tear gas them and say, "Get the fuck on back in your houses."
That's
Then
not
I'm
the
on the people's
situation here.
side.
That's not the
Why
situation
did
here.
you shoot some kid? Why did you shoot some kid though? Why did you throw that in?
Why the cop do it? Because he was black.
Yeah, but that's not the situation here. Like, there's people with Mexican flags wearing like the Palestinian scarf, waving the Mexican flag and burning Teslas to the ground. That is not anywhere close.
That's interesting, man. It sounds more like the Black Lives Matter shit. After a week, it got hijacked and turned anti-government. It
Yeah,
wasn't
but
even about.
it was never a black people movement to begin with.
Well, I
The
wasn't going to
majority
comment on that. I was trying to comment on this. It seemed that was it turned to fuck the government. Now with you naming all them different actions, this looks like this may be turning to just fuck the government in general,
Now,
which I'm okay with.
No, this ain't no natural thing though. These are agitators that don't want the country to even exist.
They said that shit about the BLM too, but I got to tell you,
Wait,
I was out there with
wait.
thousands of them.
Wait.
We
So
were looking for them. It
but
wasn't.
the trained Marxists that took all that money that didn't go to any black
Well,
people.
let's assume that those people are the people you're talking about, but they went to tens of thousands in the street, right? Those people weren't paid.
It doesn't
I'm
matter.
making a distinction. You're saying that they all are paid actors or whatever, trained so and so.
That is not what I'm saying.
Anarchists. I don't know what your phrase was.
No.
The majority, 90+% of them, are just people who felt it. You got to admit that, bruh. Everybody loves to say that, like Elon. These are all paid people burning up my cars. It's a lie.
No, I did not say that. And as a matter of fact, when I first came up, I made a huge distinction, and I
What
said
are you
it was
trying
a
to
mix.
say?
Did I not?
What about these people here? What are you trying to say? Didn't you say that they are all like some?
I did not use the word all.
Okay.
I tend not to use like the extremes like that.
All right, that's what I was jumping on. I was jumping on that a bit, I guess. Most of these, do you even think most are paid agitators?
Looks like Bumpkin was riding the bike right there. Rewind it a second ago. Rewind it a second. It looked like Bumpkin was riding a bike down there.
And honestly, it doesn't have to be most. If you have a little bit,
It probably doesn't let you rewind because it's live, right? Oh, there he is. See, there he is.
Motherfucking Bumpkin.
See, now we know why he left. He was going
Motherfucking
down there.
Bumpkin. Everybody, make sure you get your clipper ready.
Dumb bitch. He didn't go to bed.
If you
He just wanted to go play with protesters.
He wanted to go have all the fun without us. See,
if you have a little bit of people
show up out there,
if you have a little bit of people in a crowd of people, beware the madness of crowds. It's very easy.
Oh yeah, you're right. I've seen
for something to get violent really easy if you have one bad actor.
You know, you guys are absolutely overlooking what I think, and I'm just repeating myself at this point. The police, if they don't show up, this doesn't occur. The police are the in-your-face representatives of all that you hate. Not logical to come form a line and stand in somebody's face. Chuck, if you say they blocking traffic, I'm gonna fly to wherever you at and stab you in the leg. It is not wise. It makes the police the fucking aggressors here. Stay the fuck away. Let these people protest.
They already attacked the federal building. That's what they were protecting in the first place today.
Was this probably was surrounded by police?
You can't let them protest when their protest includes vandalism, breaking and entering.
Before you can stab me in the leg, I'm going to shoot you in the leg.
Never the case. That's never the case.
Wait, no.
It's always the case, bro.
There's videos of them going downtown to the federal building and knocking off concrete blocks off the metal pillars.
I would love to see any where the police did not start something there the day before.
So you mean to tell me every single action here is because of some police action?
I believe everyone is. Everyone I went to was peaceful, except, we've had police evacuate the fucking police stations. Still went peaceful until the police decide that do a show of force and block motherfuckers off to the protest. That's the only way I've ever seen it occur.
At what point? At what point do you just cede the city away to the agitators and
Why
the
are
people
you
acting
assuming
violent?
that's going to happen? I am telling you that these things
Because
go
we've
along
seen it
all
in
the
2 cities.
time peaceful. Have you seen one where
No,
the police don't
do you
fuck with
understand?
people?
Do you understand what Chaz and Chop was?
No, I don't.
Two autonomous zones where the police they had no-go zones. And you know who died in Chaz?
I
Two
don't even
black
know what.
kids.
But okay, it happens all the time. I'm sure you got a
But
point here,
no, it
though.
does not happen all the time.
I
It
said it
only
happens
happens during
here
summer of
all the
love.
time. It happens here all the time. Black kids die
Wait.
here all the time.
So people take over a city block all the time.
No, I said
And
black. I don't know what Chaz and whatever you said is.
Chaz and Chop were autonomous zones where the police decided to stand down. And you know what
Yeah,
happened?
they even tried setting up an autonomous zone in DC at one point.
Yeah, and they tried to do it outside of Atlanta too.
Well, it wouldn't be smart for me to comment on an autonomous zone because I don't know the motivations. I don't know what it looked like. I don't know under what circumstances. I assume
The
it didn't
main
happen.
guy called himself a warlord. They shook down the companies that were actually the businesses that were just in the zone that they decided to take over. They
Oh, well,
shook them
that's
down.
not nothing that I'm talking about. No,
That's
no,
what
I'm
I'm
not talking
talking
about
about,
harming
though.
other people. No.
That's what I'm talking about, though.
So then, if you're asking me, do I agree with motherfuckers harming other people? It sounds like these people are acting like the police, and they should be fucked up if they're just over there taking over
They
shit,
were
shaking
even
down
in
businesses.
they were even in places like Oregon directing
But
traffic.
we're not talking about that. I am simply talking about protesters who don't fuck with nobody.
But you're
Why would the
but it's two
police
different
come
things.
fuck with them?
It's two
They
different things.
are. They
I'm
are.
not talking. I'm not talking about protesters. You have the right to protest. You don't have the right to burn down city blocks. You don't have the right to vandalize people's shit.
Sure you do. When the police get in your way,
Wait,
right?
wait,
You're supposed to fight, right?
wait. So
You
you
wait.
have the right.
You're about to comment on my whole thing, or just the first two words that you heard?
Real quick. Make sure you support the Griffno State, because where else can you get live coverage of an ensuing insurrection and hear discussions from both sides of the argument aisle? Where else can you get that other than right over here with your favorite white guys that like to instigate shit? Make sure you support the Hit Griffno State. The Cash Apps are scrolling at the bottom of the screen, or you can run over to my channel and hit the Cash App over there. And if you're watching it on one of the other channels that are simulcasting, make sure you give them a thumbs up, a sub, a subscribe, a like, and hit their Cash App or their cat or super chat as well. Continue on, fellas.
I've never seen protesters get the courage to just up and tear something up without a police action first.
Because you're mad at me, though, you're not taking out directly with the police. You're burning my car.
Again,
do you understand how crazy that is?
I don't understand how crazy. I don't understand.
A private citizen getting their car burned down does not address what police did in the first place.
Well, you sound like the guy who I got 40 people come in and attack my city, and I start fighting them. I grab your shovel and break it and fighting these guys, and you tell me my shovel got broke. Therefore, Joe, you shouldn't have been out there. You had the wrong cause. You should have somehow found a way to do it without hurting anything.
Wait. So you're justifying this shit?
This shit in particular? No, I'm just arguing a train of logic here.
Yeah, but it's not the same train of logic that you're arguing with a ghost. I'm not making those statements. I'm saying that you're not even addressing the issue. If you're burning somebody's private property,
it happens. Yes, I thought I just addressed it. Yes, it happens.
Okay.
It happens.
Okay, but it's not the fog of war, and it's not going to get anybody on your side. In fact, it's going to make people go the other way against you if you do that.
It may, but these things are never out of smart when you're burning shit down. It's because of some emotional shit that doesn't happen. In this case, in all cases, when there's a protest, it's the police being assholes.
Wait, all protests are the police being assholes?
Everyone with violence. And when I tell you I've been to a lot, you have no idea what type of numbers I'm talking about. Everyone that's ever turned bad has been because the police did something different. By that I mean block the crowd, split the crowd, bust some lady window who was just happened to be driving. That's how my neighborhood got set on fire, by the way.
Okay, so when the police went into the Chaz Chop autonomous
I don't know about Chaz. Why the dude?
No, because I'm telling you.
Give me an example that I could talk to you and argue. I can't argue Chaz, but you can tell me the story.
I'm giving you examples to look up later. Chaz and Chop, right? It wasn't until after several violent cases happened is when they actually moved in. There was no police action until they finally they were getting so much pressure federally and privately.
No. Hold on. I don't agree with Joe on this one. But his point is, and this is true in Chaz, there was weeks of police action and fights with the police before Chaz was ever
I
established.
would have assumed that it established under something like that.
Yeah, but they abandoned the police district for at least a week before they did anything.
I'm not commenting on that again. If you're talking to me, I'm not the right guy.
I'm talking to the other gentleman.
Okay.
But before there was even light police action, they had already abandoned their police department.
No, there were riots for a while before Chaz ever became a thing.
Yeah, but I'm saying like the riots were happening before any kind of police action. Even the show
wasn't happening in the absence of police action. That's not true.
No, there was no.
Who were they rioting against? Themselves?
It was all George Floyd stuff. People were coming out the house, and you had some agitators that were trying to make stuff happen. People showed up in Black Bloc. The Antifa types
That right there is why I don't agree with Joe. But you're still trying to skate around his point.
I'm not skating around the point. The Black Bloc were the ones that started any kind of action. The the guy with the hammer that was smashing out the hammer, that was the first thing that happened. And then you had a police response after that.
You're not. No. Go ahead. You and Joe go back at it. I tried to help. You're not listening.
And
I'm listening to you. I listened to you. You're like, look, you're saying like the same thing that Joe's saying similarly, that the police action is what drives the people to do the thing.
That's not what I said. Those words never came out of my mouth. As a matter of fact, I specifically told you I disagreed with that. So you're not listening.
You said
go ahead, go back, talk to Joe.
No, I'm asking you.
I'm gonna go take a shit.
No, clarify.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
I think I could. I'm high as fuck, but I may be
then.
able to clarify. God, I can't clarify shit. I looked and saw a blunt over there, and I just zoned out. The police action shit first. This is why I don't want to argue what happened over there. If you could give me examples, and stay with me on where I am. The police, when they don't get into the people's faces, they don't just spontaneously tear shit up. If they do, it'll be some other paid guy who you said who throws bricks at a window, and that dude gets caught on YouTube, and people usually chase him and call him. He usually gets caught and called out at the end. What all of this occurs though when authority feels like it has to step in, and we can't allow this or we can't allow that every fucking time.
They allowed all these cars to burn right now. See, like
the cars shouldn't have been there. Why the fuck were the cars even there? Is my point. Right? If they did what I said, cars wouldn't even be there, and we wouldn't be having this conversation.
If the cops didn't step in, those cars wouldn't be there.
Exactly. If the cops didn't step in, no police vehicles would be parked in the middle of the street burning.
Joe, come on. What's the job of the cops then? What's the point in having them if they aren't there to step
in?
To
protect these people's rights to protest.
No, that is not their job. Their job is to enforce the law.
Their major job is rights protectors.
No, their job is to enforce the law.
Their number one job is they swear an oath to follow the Constitution, which gives
to uphold the Bill of Rights.
Yeah, thank you. The Bill of Rights as well.
What's funny is police unions went to court, and there's been several cases and several precedents. They don't have to do shit. They don't have to protect nothing. They don't have to do anything.
Joe has his experience. I have mine. In every single example of civil unrest, the criminal element comes out on purpose to take advantage of it.
Okay,
and the fact that they get mixed inside the crowd, whose fault is it? Is it the fault of the police or the fault of the criminals? And is it the responsibility of the protesters? But this shit doesn't need a police presence. The police presence shows up when shit starts getting smashed. because they don't give a fuck about anything except corporate interests. So when Radio Shack gets set on fire and all the cell phones get stolen, that's when they call the cops.
Yeah, I bet if I bet if we can go back to the origins of this. Hold on, what the fuck is this shit about?
The
Well, how
origins of
this
this is actually just letting illegal people in this country that shouldn't be
was it
here.
one
That's the
incident?
origins.
Was it one incident that kicked all of these protests off, or is it just a general feeling? What happened
It was ICE going in and getting freaking criminals allegedly,
from
like illegal criminals.
business? Yeah,
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but I don't go along with that whole mindset of the illegal aliens have constitutional rights here. You don't if you're here illegally, you do not have no constitutional rights.
They have limited rights. They have limited rights. Like, for example, they have 0 Second Amendment rights.
they took people. I don't know if this is what kicked it off. I remember them going to a lot of businesses surrounding them and taking people with jobs out of those businesses because they were illegals. Is that true?
Allegedly, though, the people that they picked up, I mean,
Yeah.
people associated with them too may have been like just regular illegals, but it was
Right.
most connected to like crime. So people probably even taking advantage of these people that are in these communities.
Bro,
It was at the Home Depot where it first started.
That's different. I'm talking about. I heard that they were going into where the people were employed.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, look, I'm here to tell you that even back in the early 2000s when Obama was in office, I can't tell you how many times INS showed up at the foundry I worked at and picked up illegal immigrants and hauled them off.
It just wasn't on the news. He was a deporter in chief. He deported way more people than Trump.
It probably. Hold on, I got a phone.
Well, I just got off the phone with Donald, and you'll be glad to know, Joe, he approved my use of the napalm.
Not the napalm.
I tried to get him to go with the Moab. You know what the Moab is? Mother of all bombs. But he said that was just a little bit too big for the situation. I said, well, look, Donald, if you need anything, give me a call back.
And no, Diogenes, you don't have constitutional rights being on American soil. You have to be an American citizen
Thank you.
to afford the rights that the Constitution is granted.
Due process, like, you know what due process you have for an illegal? If you're caught within the first 2 years of being here illegally, your due
You get
process
shipped right
is
back to where you fucking came
shipped
from.
right
That's
back
your
to
due
where you were.
process.
You don't even see a judge. You're shipped right back.
It's called expedient process, and that's exactly what it should be. Because like, how much would it cost like the taxpayers to like everybody to get trial?
Well, and not just that, but that's exactly why Congress took away the purview of all immigration court matters, all immigration related matters away from Article 3. The whole point is why this is a straight insurrection by the judges as well, is because they're literally going against what Article 2 passed, or Article 1 wrote, and Article 2 signed into law, saying you guys don't even get to look at this. And they're saying, oh, well, we can and this is why I hate all these people on the news, even normies. They feel that just by default, judges get to determine if the other two branches do their job right, meaning Article 3 is the superior branch.
Didn't they go against the 14th also?
Well, the due process, but again, that is due process. Due process does not mean everyone gets an attorney, everyone gets to see their accuser.
Is that the same one that is birthright? 14?
Well, the birthright citizenship is an entanglement of several things. It's the 14th Amendment, but it's also there's been court rulings that have ruled that
Well, didn't birthright citizenship used to only be if you were born of a legal immigrant that nationalized, correct?
Right.
But now they somehow cited. Now they've actually. Yeah, now they've tied it. All you have to do is you can be here illegally as long as you were born on this soil. You're technically a birthright citizen.
But if you research it, it says that your parents have to be under good standing is the word I'm going to use. I can't remember the word they use, but they can't have an allegiance to another country.
Forging asks a good question too, man. He says, "Where the fuck is the police to protect the firefighters out there putting these fires out?"
They're not going to. Remember, they're not. The police have been ordered to stand down. The mayor has ordered LAPD to stand down, and that's where the insurrection is. That you
Well,
have.
I know the government put snipers on the buildings around there.
Well,
The
maybe
guards are
the mayor did,
federalized,
but
though,
not
aren't they?
LAPD.
Yes, federal.
Yeah, the National Guard is federalized because of the president's order. Am I wrong about that?
You are correct.
As of now, yeah.
You can activate the guard, and they would be under the governor's discretion. But once they get federalized, then they're under the president's purview.
Vaughn, George Washington absolutely was born on U.S. soil. He
And
absolutely
that happened to me. I was on guard duty, and Clinton federalized us.
And it's not just on U.S. soil. If your parents are both U.S. citizens, or one of your parents are U.S. citizens, U.S. citizen, it's it's both. We have the most lenient because it would be fine. I wouldn't have a problem if you were kids of a naturalized citizen. But this whole the moment you step foot over, you pop a kid out. That kid, no, that's not how it was ever envisioned.
China had a market going where they was bringing people.
It's called birth tourism. It's called birth.
Yeah, there it is. You know what I'm talking about. Imperials have trying to hate you, but you're making it hard.
What if the parents came over here illegally? Kids 20 years old in college right now.
They got
bye.
DACA's the same way. These kids that have been here, and Obama gave them this waiver of a pen, like, oh, if you were here, what the hell? That's him literally just overriding federal law.
That's when they threw their kids over the fence and left them. That's that batch of kids.
Real quick, just for a little history lesson, Vaughn. George Washington was born February 22nd, 1732 at Pope's Creek, Virginia.
Is that in the United States?
Yeah, Virginia, yes.
I'm just funny.
No, but dude, a lot of these guys like Washington, Jefferson, they were more loyal to their states a lot of the time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You got they talked about their sweet love Virginia, and they love their states. Yeah, and they reluctantly became a nation and said, "Okay, we'll join, but these are this is what everyone's got to be held to."
That's what General Lee did. He loved his job in the service, but he loved his state more.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, they were all brothers. They all fought in the Mexican-American War.
It kills me how many people think the founding fathers were immigrants. I mean, we had already immigrated here 200 years before that. There had already been 200 plus years of civilization going on in America before the Revolutionary War even popped off.
The town I lived in was formed in 1699 by the French.
And legally speaking, not just that, but because it was a British territory, all British citizens were legal at the time. And then once it became a country, it said, okay, now anyone who's here is American. You get British people could have come before the Constitution was written and before the war was over, settled, and they would have been citizens when it was written.
Yep.
Because the Constitution being ratified starts the clock.
I do enjoy the drummer boy out in the crowd of this protest.
Yeah, he was at the other one too earlier.
It's probably 111.
Playing a different tune.
Hey, check this out. I Googled that shit. It says, were all of the founding fathers born here? They say no. Foreign-born signers of the Declaration of Independence. 8 of the 56 signers.
That's Steiner. That's Steiner. That's not president.
Okay, you corrected me, sir. I was wrong. Not all of them were born here.
But that's why I said. That's why I made that exception. But that's why I made that exception. At that time,
Snowball said president.
That's why I made the exception that at that time, the ones who were born in British territories were still U.S. citizens. Once the Constitution was ratified.
Snowball gave me bad information.
No,
my apologies.
They may have been born in England. They may have been born in Scotland. They may have been born in who knows, India, Australia, wherever, at British territory. But when they came here and then settled here, and the Constitution was ratified, and they were here, they're American citizens. That's the point. It's when the document was signed. It's not. That's what matters. When this document is signed, who was here? That's when it starts.
Now I'll give Joe. He
That's
was
why.
right.
That's
He
why I
caught me
would
on
always.
that one. You caught me slipping on that one. I was
But
incorrect.
that's why I would always
Admit when I'm
argue
wrong.
that all black people that have.
You mean a
all
white
black
man
people
was
that were-
wrong?
All black people that are descended from slaves that were brought here are automatically citizen, because you could not have been a citizen if you were not brought here by like they were here. They're here the moment
Dude,
that the
look at that
document was
shit.
signed.
That's cheap aluminum, even right there. Look at
Forced
how.
citizenship. Well, I remember watching aluminum melt on my neighbor's house when it was on fire. It was
It has a
dripping.
horrible smell too, dude. The
Dude, I've
smell
lived
is-
in Ohio most of my life, and I worked in a lot of these car plants where they built basically poured aluminum. Like I've made aluminum rims, I've made aluminum body parts for cars and shit like that. So I've always dealt with the smell of aluminum. Hell, I've even poured like guardrails and shit like that. And dude, the metal the metal that they're using now is such a low quality metal.
It's actually high quality. That's why they're getting by with it.
I blame Jack Welch for part of that, man. That minimum viable bad, when he introduced that into corporations and they started like skimping basically and seeing like how bad a product they could put out would still buy it.
That's just
Partly, not
if
all
they
the way.
get, I
but
know,
partly.
I get you though. If you set up a minimal, motherfuckers gonna rush to that and save more money. That's interesting.
So correct me if I'm wrong. They wouldn't send the fire team in there unless they had that whole block secured.
Correct. I would have to agree with you. But yeah,
I
there's
would-
a Mexican.
I would think that, but they're surrounded by motherfuckers right now.
It's definitely not a safe environment for the firefighters, because if they say something wrong or do something wrong, or if these guys want to get involved in what they're doing, they try to push them back like, hey, we're doing shit. The whole crowd will mob them.
It's not safe because they could get hurt. But what we're seeing is something totally different. Crowd probably supports it. But you're like, on the outside, sound like a cop, right? On the outside, chance someone could get hurt. It's not safe.
How would you like it if that was your car, Joe?
Well, dude, I remember the cops are responsible for the city employees. They're responsible for keeping to make sure the guys that are doing their jobs don't get hurt, just like a security guard at a job, just like, wherever.
Yeah, they're responsible for city employees, but their bigger responsibility to the guy standing on the sidewalk, right? The person, the regular people, the citizens.
No, it's to order. It's to keeping order. They don't have a duty to an individual. They have a duty to
They
keep
don't have
order.
a duty to protect my rights.
No,
you're right.
No, they don't.
How many
They have a
people
duty.
are watching?
How many?
You remember that Parkland shooting in Florida? They actually argued in court that they didn't have to do that.
Shirley
I wouldn't
Temple.
assume a court case overturns
How many people
the
are watching,
First
guys?
Amendment.
I don't know.
Right now,
Snowman?
we got 130 people watching across.
Wow, thank you, everyone. Hey, welcome
People
everyone.
of the Grifto State.
Yep,
Hit the
Donate
like,
now
everybody.
to support the new empire.
I've
Share
never seen Imperious, the rich lawyer, give a donation.
I give it all the time.
I'm gonna make a sandwich. I'm gonna be back on.
My cash app's out there if you want to hit it, Imperious.
Well, I did earlier. I'll give you another one. Yeah, I'll give you one. Yeah. Like seriously,
I mean,
though, like this is a great. Like I told you guys, like people are gonna want to see this shit when it goes live. When this about an hour from now, when it goes dark,
It's
those
starting to get.
firefighters aren't. They're not gonna be
It's
out there.
starting to get dusk there, isn't it?
Well, about an
like.
hour will be. Yeah, I mean it's getting there, but it's still pretty light out. They're just being blocked by buildings and the smoke right now.
The smoke.
Yeah, but honestly, like in about an hour,
Yeah.
The firefighters won't be out there because that's when the real rough people are going to come out, dude.
Where's the closest Tennessee
No,
store?
once it starts getting dark, you'll start seeing the riot police out there with the riot gear and shit.
So what is it? 7 o'clock right now? West Coast time.
It's about 7.
Yeah, so about an hour and a half, right?
I get confused.
Yeah, I'd say about like 8:15, 8 o'clock, 8:15. It'll probably get dark. Yeah.
Watching history unfold.
Oh, I thought you lived out there, Imperious. No.
Well, I do part time, like sometimes, yeah, but I'm not there right now.
Oh, okay. You in the South now? Gotcha.
Yeah.
Without giving your town out, I won't do that. That drummer needs to find a new tune.
Dude, he's stoned. He's just walking around stoned out of his head, just doing, oh my God, this is cool.
Well, most of them leftists are zombies. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I wonder how many people are just out there, just like they really don't have any political affiliation. They're just like looky loo.
A lot of them. A lot.
Especially now, after
But
it's all said and done.
once it gets dark, it won't be those people. It'll be the people with intent that are out there. Nobody wants to be out
Oh,
there.
that's crazy.
shit.
That
Look
shit
at
basically turned into thermite when he hit it with the
Yep,
water.
yep.
That must have been a battery.
I wonder if there's magnesium.
I wonder if that was a Tesla or something.
I thought it was like, so the batteries will explode if you know what I'm saying, you put water on it. So he's fucking doing the wrong thing now.
Heat will ignite one too.
So I mean, I guess he's like, you know, just burning out the source. Now he's just like, you know, pushing through.
That's a highly if that's batteries burning, that's a highly toxic cloud.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's why. Do they not have gas masks on or no? The fire department.
Can't tell.
The firefighters had masks on.
That's what I was thinking. They did. Yeah, they probably do.
But look at all the looky now, just like, you know, inhaling all that crap.
Yeah, they're morons. They don't know what they're inhaling.
Telling you.
And it really ain't the fire department's job to tell them. You know, they're the ones that set the shit on fire. They've been inhaling it since they set it on fire.
They want to be here, but they act like that.
It does kill me though.
Forging said all fired. Forging says all fighters wear scuba supplied air respirators.
Okay, good to know. Good to know.
I wonder what the filtration is though, because you got to think like trace amounts of some certain stuff.
They bring their air with them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a closed system.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's scuba. That's what that backpack is he's got.
Those scubas are only good for 30 minutes, depending on how
He
you
is
breathe.
kind of poisoning the crowd right now, though.
I know though. Look at how he's the wind. Like God's just like blowing a wind
That's
that
crazy.
way. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Irony is a funny thing.
I hate ironing. Get all the damn wrinkles out.
Watch, all these protesters are going to be in the hospital in a week because they got some kind of throat or lung problem.
Yeah, they're gonna want like free health care. Oh my God, I'm sick now.
I remember when I got hit by anhydrous ammonia. Oh, that was horrible.
Yeah, that's rough.
That should make you stop breathing. That should make you stop breathing as soon as you breathe it in.
Well, I had blisters in my lungs from it. Yeah, you can't breathe. Trust me, I know. First-hand experience.
Hey, speaking of that, man, did you see that? Like any clips from that New York gubernatorial, I guess primary?
No, I didn't.
Oh man, it's a mess, man.
So move back over, lady. Let's get a better look.
Like one of the questions that came up was, do illegals deserve health care? And pretty much everybody was like, yeah.
I don't know. I'm kind of, you know, I don't know how to feel about illegals being granted anything.
I could give the kids something, maybe like under the age of like 11. You know what I mean?
Right.
Just because I don't want kids dying in the street.
I
But
mean,
the old adults, let them die. I don't give a shit about them.
What's crazy too is like some of these diseases that all but got eradicated. What Chicago, last year, the year before, had like some outbreaks of some diseases that weren't even in the States because the people were letting in. But you know, you gotta get jabs and everything else, but other people ain't got to get all that stuff.
I'm wondering where all these people moved to that were here.
I don't know.
They had to move to another section. Uh-oh, what's that? Is that lights or is that something else burning? Background.
No, that's probably. Let me check on the other screen.
I can't tell.
Those are lights.
Oh, okay.
Those are lights on the ambulances that are out there.
Gotcha.
I can't tell if those are ambulance or fire trucks, but they look like ambulances.
Well, the one on the right's a fire truck.
So, what do you guys think, man? You think this is going to
kick? It's going to kick.
It'll
Yeah.
get worse, dude. Don't worry, dude. This is just they're
I
just
think
like I
so.
said. Wait till the rough people come out later.
Is this the calm before the storm?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I said, people they're not going anywhere because remember these people don't have anywhere to go to work. They don't need to work tomorrow.
And the Marines are making their way to that site right now.
Are they?
Yeah, the
I know he
military's
called
heading
them.
I'm going to play the odds on this one and say it's going to be a dud. The National Guard will keep the peace.
Look at Orthodox trying to have people join his cuckold simulator game. He's asking people for gamer tags.
He is too.
Governor Newsom puts in a formal request to withdraw the National Guard.
I'm loving this, Moxie. I love seeing stupid people do stupid shit.
There was an
Whoa,
explosion.
what was that? I heard that. The hell was that?
Something went boom.
Didn't they have like fireworks the other night?
Yeah.
Could be it.
Had a lot of repercussions, so sounded like it was in a dumpster
Wow, look at what
almost.
cars are made of. They're fucking junk.
Mm-hmm.
The hubcaps is all that's left.
I'm
Dude,
surprised.
I was reading up on something and like the manufacturer defects because they're putting all these electronics in these cars. The failure rate of like the top 3 brands are crazy, man.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Even the cops don't have real cars anymore. That's weird.
That's why I don't like buying a car pre-2000 or after 2000, rather. All my cars, dude, I prefer the 90s cars, 80s and 90s.
There's a trend of like people in rural areas getting like old cars, like them old trucks.
Give me a 1960s.
60s, 70s.
I'd be okay with
80s.
I'd be okay with an old 1960 something Ford with a straight 6 in it.
60s, 70s, and some 80s. Some 80s models.
A lot of the cars in the early 80s don't even have very much electronics in it.
Oh, here we go. Here comes the moped gang.
Moped brigade.
You know, like with all that right to repair stuff that's been in the courts for like 12 years, if you buy something, they're saying that you don't necessarily have a right to repair your own stuff.
That's been going on. That battle's been going on.
That's what electronics. I think that's what the electronics and the upgrades in cars was all about anyhow, was to get rid of the shade tree mechanics.
Partly. I agree. Well, they don't want you doing stuff yourself, man. You own nothing, you'll be happy.
No bigger than them bikes are. I'd be surprised if they got plates on them.
Listen, you'll own nothing. You don't enjoy it, you serfs.
You will eat the bugs.
That looks bigger than a moped, though.
See, the people are already regathering in there. You see that? Like they left for a little bit while they were hosing it all out, and now they're all kind of trickling back in and shit.
Where is that in relation to like is that by that federal building?
They said that was
I don't know.
Figueroa right there. I don't know if that was by the federal building or up the street from it. Look at that chick, dude. She looks like
I saw
Satan.
that. Yep.
Yeah, I can't read that sign well enough to tell you what interstate it says because there's an interstate exit right there. I just can't read it well enough.
I suspect there's some action going on elsewhere, though. Could be wrong.
They were pretty cool the other day, man. They were actually tagging that federal building, and they went inside to tag some of the vehicles that they thought belonged to officers. And I'm like, man, you're pretty bold, man. Then I guess they came out with pepper balls and was shooting people and
Hold on. First off, Imperious, Angry Snowman. No one is asking for gamer tags. It was dropped because they want to be part of the community. All right. Second off, Cuckold Simulator is gay. The fact that it exists is gay, incredibly gay.
Oh, that's right up your alley then.
Well, I mean, I'm Tyrone in Cuckold Simulator. I mean, I like to be the
Well,
cucker,
you
not
know,
the cucky.
Orthodox is up his alley is gay sex. So.
I'm not Imperious. I am not a Catholic priest or
Your
a public preschool
your
teacher.
partner got mad at me.
Who got mad at you?
Dumpling.
Why did Bumpy
Or-
get mad at you?
Because I sent another super chat in to keep the show going.
Why would he be mad at that? I only had to leave because I had personal stuff going on.
Wait, is the stream down for right now? Are we taking a break for a second?
No, the stream's
Kinda
down.
like you
I'm
just
finding
woke
another
up.
one.
Oh, okay. Cut it down.
Well, nobody be mad at super. Nobody should be mad at super chats or any support.
He started.
Hey.
Well, I sent it to you, so you should have got it.
Oh, I'm the one doing the work, and you send it to Orthodox.
Hey,
That's fucking
first off,
wonderful.
I did
That is
7
fucking wonderful,
hours.
man.
Cry about it. I did 7
I've been doing it
hours.
I've been doing it for 2 hours now, so I don't want to hear it.
Send me all the money, all right? These other two guys, don't worry about them. Send me all the money. Money. But no,
Yeah, just take.
I got angry
just
stones. Fuck.
Just take my Social Security. See if I care.
oh, this is around the same area where the dude got ran over, right?
Fuck, I don't know.
But again, everyone who paid for me to extend the stream on last stream, I'm assuming it did get extended and that was honored. I hope
Yeah, it's still continuously going on your stream right now, Dickweed.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm talking about on everyone's. No, because like I had to bounce out. I had some family stuff pop off, and I had to go take care of that.
Whatever
You
you
had
got
to put
family to have
You had to
family.
put the Mexicans in the basement. Is that what you did?
I had to go call Amigra on the abuela. She was getting uppity.
Ah.
But no,
Your abuela.
I had to go. I had some family stuff pop off.
You're all right. You're all right, dude. You don't have to explain.
Yeah, he does. He needs to explain where this imaginary family came from.
It's not the time nor the place.
Oh, okay.
It's a Timu blow up now.
Have you been burning cars?
I'm actually very serious, Snowman. But no, it's fun. And again, to those who paid for me and Bumpkin and Snowman to continue, I'm sorry that I had to bounce out, but it was something very, very serious. All right, let's continue, gentlemen.
I hope everything's okay.
It is now. It should be now. I'm just worried out of my mind. But let's continue. Let's continue the immigration.
Well, just take time and say
Oh,
a
I
prayer.
know what it was. He had to give his boyfriend a quick hand job. That's all. It's all good. No, it's all good.
Wow.
Oh Lord.
America.
Wow.
A quick 4 hours for a quick hand job. That's crazy. That's
You gotta have
prefer the large men. You preferred the well endowed guy.
You gotta have blisters by now.
Yeah, my boyfriend was like, and I don't want you to use any lube. Don't even spit. He said I like it dry and painful.
Good Lord.
Fucking crazy. You guys are wild.
I heard that's how Imperius likes it from the backside.
Rocky says the
Dry
cops are losing the fight on the highway right now.
on the highway. I can't see the highway from here.
So how bad did it? How bad has it gotten since I've
They
been gone?
burned 4
Uh,
police cars.
yeah,
And
that's
it ain't
the
even dark yet.
extent.
It ain't even dark yet. That is fucking wild.
I mean, they ripped the doors right off of that one police car. That blew my mind.
It's a lot of white vehicles in a row right there.
Those are feds.
Yeah,
I got one of them. I know.
they got an MRAP.
Chuck
Yep.
Fed confirmed. Hey, I want an MRAP. There are 2 vehicles that I really, really want, or 3. A '69 Dodge Charger, right? A
With a
MRAP.
6-pack.
A
No, I meant the carburetor system. They had a 6-pack that went on top.
I'm gonna be real. On the extent of my knowledge as cars is working with my dad to rebuild that Plymouth Sports Fury 2.
Where
I don't
where
know
are they
any.
going?
Mopar, baby.
That's the ice build. ISIS. That's the ice building.
They're going in the building?
Yeah.
But
In an MRAP. The second vehicle you want was an MRAP?
in wrap, and the third one I want is an old school deuce and a half canvas pickup or canvas truck. I want
There
one
you go.
one that you can.
6-wheel drive.
Yes, sir. I want one of those that you could just. I want one of them that's got the tank in it that you can just put oil, gas, diesel. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
And I think that's
I
that.
want a Dodge D100 short bed side step with West Coast side views and those old school refrigerator door openers.
Yeah, we used to use jet fuel or diesel, whatever we get our hands on when we needed it on those deuce and a halves.
They said that the deuce and a half would run on pretty much anything liquid and flammable.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
Most engines will.
yeah, but that's the thing. The deuce and a halves, you didn't have to calibrate them; they would just fucking run because they were just built tough as fuck. Now I remember as a young black man in the ghetto, first of hearing about a deuce and 3/4. Y'all know what a deuce and 3/4 is?
A deuce and 3/4.
A deuce
No.
and 3/4.
3/4. That is a
Quarters.
it is a Cadillac style.
$2.75.
A
It
little
is
bit
a
of Cajun, I heard.
it's a no my uncle Tony, bro, he sounds like a cage. He be like, hey sugar. He talks to all the women like that. Hey sugar, you ain't gotta get mad like that, baby.
He's already my hero.
No, I gotta interview my uncle Tony. He's like he's an old white dude with like straight up white hair, white beard, and he's still built like a brick shit house. And he'll walk up to women like in their 20s, 18, 19. You don't go for anything younger than 18. He'll be like, hey sugar, how you doing? Just put game on them and then take them home. He's an old ass dude. But no,
And
hey Chuck, exactly. And if you got it, you got it.
that's right.
But a deuce and 3/4 is a Cadillac / Lincoln style car. That was a luxury
News,
vehicle. I don't know the exact brand, but that's what they were
news to
called.
me.
Yeah, I forget exactly what model they were, but my adopted father, when I was a teenager, we were talking about deuce and a half, and he's like I did like riding around those when I was in the Marines during in the Gulf War, during basic training and everything. And but have you ever heard of a deuce and 3/4? And I'm like, no. I thought he was fucking with me. He's like, no, it's just a slang term for like a Lincoln / Cadillac style luxury car, like the
Huh.
They just
really
gas
old box
themselves.
body ones.
The wind
The
chipped in.
hell?
The cops totally gassed themselves.
That's kind of funny. That's the danger with chemical weapons, ain't it?
Slightly. Going right into their building, too.
I can't believe it's getting this violent well before it's even days, because this is 3 hours behind the East Coast. Right now it's 10 o'clock, so it's just now 7 in LA.
It's dinner
So-
time in LA.
Where the hell do you live at if it's 10 o'clock?
I live on East Coast.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's 10:30, but or 10:20, but still.
Yeah, I thought you were central. It threw me off there for a minute.
No, Bumpkin is central.
He's
I
up
am
there
part.
gay.
I am part of the superior time zone, the East Coast time zone, the best time zone in the planet.
I have to
He's
agree with you.
nuts. For me to poop on.
I think you're correct, Cornelius. It is a Buick. Yeah, there we go.
Buick Electra 2.25. Well, that wouldn't be three. That wouldn't be a deuce and 3/4.
I could probably just be misremembering the whole name. It could have been a deuce and a quarter.
Deuce coupe.
But I think it's funny.
Oh hell yeah, that thing's a boat.
Yeah, no, it's a fucking beast.
Convertible.
Yeah, my stepdad had one when I was a kid.
Are they a smooth ride? Do they?
It's like rolling around in a Continental.
Yeah, Electra. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you're on a luxury
the multiple
boat.
Continentals or what's the other ones that they had? There was an Oldsmobile that was kind of like
Catalina.
98.
There is no.
It was the
Delta.
Lincoln
The
Town
Delta-
car.
the
With the
Oldsmobile
Lincoln
Delta
Town
2.
car. The Lincoln Town car, man.
There is
Yeah.
there is no. I'm just saying, Chuck, you were in the military, right? Anybody who's been into a prison work program or a government work program or the military, they know that a deuce and a half is just like riding in a Cadillac convertible. It's a really smooth ride.
Oh yeah, like smooth as silk, buddy.
Yeah,
As long as you got your kidney belt with you.
They don't bounce around at all. They don't.
No.
They do surprisingly, however, manage to stop on a fucking dime almost.
And that power steering they have is wonderful.
Oh yeah. See, I actually when I was in Job Corps, we did reclamation work for the old mines out there, and part of the CDL training and the diesel mechanics training and the welding training was fixing the deuce and a halves they use, and I got to drive one as part of my Class B CDL, and I will never.
You see that China or that Russian communist flag out there? Did you see it?
That is fucking wild. But
oh shit, the 63 Electra was fucking sick.
At 6:30 in the fucking morning. No coffee, no breakfast yet. I was driving a deuce and a half with like 30 people on the back. No, I'm just kidding. It was like 15.
Shit.
I always say 30 people because they were packed in there like sardines. But there was like 15 people on the back, and a fucking deer ran out in front of me. And I was a new driver, so I didn't really brace and just hit it like you're supposed to with a deer. I swerved and hit the brakes. These motherfuckers ended up on my back window, packed like sardines. They were not.
You didn't have the cow catcher on the front?
Ortho.
No, sir. The bumper had been removed because we had to refabricate it because it had a student ran into a tree.
Ortho. Will you grab that link that Lauren just dropped in your chat and put it in the back so I can pull it up?
Yeah, I got you.
Ortho's good at pulling.
They were you know it, Super Chat. How you doing? You've been giving some support. It's time to support you, Chuck. Here you go. It's in the back chat. Nobody clip that for the love of God. Lauren, I'm eyes on you. Do not do it.
Clip it.
Oh, she's already hovering over the clip button at all times.
She's an innocent little virgin.
But no, when I caused, those guys were very upset about them. They were very
I wonder why.
Well, I mean, fuck, dude. We had one day. I wasn't driving this time. I was in the back because we were going to do the. We were going
Real quick, Lauren. Thank you for dropping that clip for us. We appreciate it.
Is this live?
Yeah, I believe it is. But when I was riding, one of the smaller guys was the last to the truck, and fucking somebody
That's
hit a
at the
pump and
federal
he
building, I
bounced
think, right?
straight the fuck out of there. It's wild.
That's at the
Yeah, this
that's
is
the
at.
federal building.
Yeah,
That's the
this is
federal building. Look
riot
at, you see
police
those
and
A's and
anti-pro.
stuff, the communist anarchy and all that. That's why this is an insurrection. If you look at it, they are messaging a communist takeover.
What are they
It's not
running
people
for?
fighting it's not people fighting the government because the government's wrong. This is them saying we want to change the government and we're going to force a change on the government.
I'm gonna pull something up on my Twitter real quick, and because I've seen this and I brought it up last channel, right, or last stream, right. This right here is what they're rioting and bitching over. This is the end goal. At the end of the day, Viva
That's
La
the
Raza.
Reconquista they're talking, the La Raza Reconquista.
Yeah, they've been talking about this for like 20 years now.
Reconquering of the land.
And this right here is why I went on my tirade about Hispanics in general, because even though, you know, a Hispanic might be from Honduras or Colombia or Puerto Rico or Haiti or whatever, right, or South America, right, whenever it comes to this, they are typically unified.
No. See, that's where I disagree. Going and being down there a lot of my life, like doing missionary, dude, Guatemalans hate Ecuadorians.
I'm not talking about in their homelands. I'm talking about specifically.
No,
in
I'm
the
talking
United
about
States.
anywhere. No, I'm talking about anywhere. No. It's
from my experience. From my experience, Hispanic folks, they'll talk about loving America, but as soon as you start talking about immigration, they turn on you.
Whoa,
that's fine. That's fine, but that's different from them all saying, "Oh, all of them want a reconquista." Most of them have. That's a Mexican thing.
No, because that territory, that Viva La Raza means for the race. That's not.
I know, but a lot of
Mexican
them
thing.
don't consider themselves all the same, right? That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but when they're taking over white people's shit, they do.
Exactly.
Because a lot of a lot of them consider themselves white. Okay, because
the whole La Raza movement is not a reconquista for Mexico. I know that's what I pulled up. It's not a reconquista for Mexico. It's taking that former Mexican territory and creating an entirely new Hispanic state for Hispanic people in general. And that is the La Raza movement, and that's why you see a lot of these Hispanics doing this.
But that territory, what you were looking at, that map was of Mexico.
That's what I'm trying to tell you is while the Mexicans may be out there wanting a reconquista, the La Raza movement in general is a pan-Hispanic movement that wants to take that former American territory and create an entirely ethnic state for Hispanics.
If we go on the move, we could take Mexico in less than a week.
I'm just saying, when I've been in other, like down outside of Mexico and South America, you don't hear the La Raza thing.
I think it would take 2 weeks.
That's a specifically Mexican thing. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, take a week. But I could be wrong.
Chuck just wants to drop napalm. That's all. Chuck just wants to drop napalm and get it over with.
Chuck is a man of culture. He fought in a war in which war crimes did not exist. Like, war crimes, what the hell is that? Is this a checklist? He's like, this is a checklist. This is a to-do list, Geneva. Calm down.
Well, if God handed me the staff, I would have thought.
Chuck. For those of you who don't know, Chuck is a beast. He's that big machine gun in the song "The Rooster." He's the machine gun. He's the aforementioned machine gun man in that song. He was an M60 machine gunner, a true fucking beast.
Just another gun, that's all.
Brother, don't even. If you hip fired that bad boy.
That was the hardest thing to learn right there, was how to hip fire it without hurting yourself.
Could you do the creeping advance relatively easy?
The what?
The creeping advance where you hip fire it or you shoulder fire it while moving forward, or was that
Did you see where that?
a GOT thing?
I don't know what that is. We
It's where
didn't.
you
See
take
that?
it's where you take the support weapon and you shoulder it and you provide covering fire while advancing.
We never pulled that particular one.
Okay. No, I guess that's a global war on terror thing, where an urban combat type thing.
Yeah.
But no, nah. For those of you who don't know, an M60 is a big ass machine gun chambered in 308, and
30 caliber.
30 caliber, 30. Damn,
I
I
think
put
it's a
more
30 cal.
Did you see
I
that
could be
on that
wrong.
Garand thumb where that big motherfucker took it and tried to walk it down? He laid
I
into
still
about
think.
50.
Hold on, wait. Are you saying? Wait, no. The M60 is still chambered in 7.62. I think, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's either.
Okay.
I thought it's
7.62 by 51. That's
Yeah,
the
the
30 caliber
308.
round.
But it can be also the it can be the 7.62 or by 31 also.
Yeah,
It can be chambered in either.
Yeah, it was the 7.62 because the
Thought
M16 was
so.
a was
Because
it
I thought the Russians had.
5.56.
I thought the Russians used some kind of like subset of it. They copied the
No.
design or something.
The Russians use 7.62 by 54R in the RPK. That is a
Okay.
Mosin round that they were using.
Oh, they use the Mosin. Okay.
The 308 and the Mosin round are roughly the same size. Though.
Roughly the round. Yeah, it's because it's a 5.1, 7.62 by 5.1 for the
You can
308.
you can shoot the bullet out of any of them. It's the casing that will get jammed in the weapon.
Yeah. It's the amount of powder and stuff that each projects.
I know for a fact you can do this because I put multiple rounds on target with a 308 out of my Mosin. You just have to take a rod and bump and smack the fucking casing out because it forms to the I forget.
Get like a press.
Yeah, it form when you fire it, the explosion and stuff forms to the internals of the gun. You just have to get your cleaning rod and smack the round out.
The thing I hated firing was the law, the light anti-tank weapon. That thing was a pain in the ass.
Was it bad on the shoulders or was it just shitty to like operate?
Shitty to operate.
So
if you wasn't careful when you went for the fire mechanism, it was just a piece of sharp steel. So if you got your finger along the side of it, that thing would cut right through you in a heartbeat.
Laura said another link.
My favorite Mexican food is jalapeno chips.
You're gonna catch a lot of hatred if you mispronounce their language.
I know it. I said jalapeno.
Lauren has another link.
Yeah, no, I'm posting in the back chat now.
Oh my god.
There you go. That.
What are we hearing?
RC, welcome again. Aren't you the older Hispanic gentleman who is on 5/5? I believe. Either way, I'm gonna drop the link for you specifically, but anybody can join.
Oh,
because he is another veteran. And when we are talking about certain things politically, I do like to get certain people's opinions.
I misread that. I thought it said I am 79, like his age.
I'm a veteran of the 2016 meme wars.
Well, thank you for your service, Imperius.
Oh, where's this Pollock going?
He was quite pointed in saying, if you're destructive, if you hurt one of my officers, we will find you. Now we're looking at Skyfox, and we see these agents, these police officers, as they're running on this road.
Do you call that running?
Yeah, that is part of the freeway down below. And
is the volume loud enough for you guys?
It's really low, but
it's weak.
on that overpass throwing rocks.
There
There
you
was
go.
like a dog with his tail hung in a
There was
mower.
really no way
It
those
ain't much
officers could
longer
move
now.
the vehicles or move out of that area.
David
They were
Wayne,
making
your
safety and
sound.
Ortho, your audio went.
keep in mind for
Ortho,
Angelina,
your audio went bad.
no vehicles going through the freeway in that direction as well. So as long as that freeway is shut down, that's a major hassle for everybody else.
Sounds like we need to restart OBS.
At this point in time. So they were able
Look
to
at that. That looks
move
bad
people
right there, dude.
largely
The cops are
from
getting
that
attacked
area,
from
but you can
above
see
and
people on the
shit,
top
dude.
there. Somebody just threw something down
Yep.
right now. So obviously that tear
All they're
gas
going to do is
protection
bring the
was so
Marines
long,
in if they
and
keep
then
this
crowds
up.
that he may want to.
Yeah, but look at that guy. Look at
This
that
is a situation
CHP
where you
officer.
would
He's
too,
got his
because
gun
the
drawn.
cops
That
are
is,
trapped.
I
You know
believe,
what I
a
mean?
less than lethal weapon, pointing it upwards towards those that are on the overpass.
They're just gonna grab it and
And
throw it back
another
down. See?
lob of both rock from above and a flashbang
Sorry
down.
about that, ladies and
So
gentlemen.
the goal, of course, is to keep people
That
off
better?
the freeway because we saw
Yeah,
that
sounds good.
protesters
What about
had
mine?
managed to shut down the
That
traffic
it was mine. It was not
on the
yours. You were just
freeway.
the first
But
person to speak.
it's
Yeah,
Sometimes
you
my
sound fine
police
now.
that
yeah,
these
sometimes
kinds of things
voice
are
meter
occurring
messes
when
up, and since all my
you
audio is running through
understand
there,
why there
whenever it
might be a
messes
lot of
up,
people in the city of Los Angeles.
it
Cool,
gets me
baby.
That is a
fucked up.
big rock. Hard to see where it landed through
It
the
does that to
smoke,
me if I have
but
Discord
a
or
lot of
See,
VC
right
open.
there, that was
Also.
attempted murder. Even she was like, "That was a big rock."
people
That's
who are
attempted
even
murder
here
right there on a police
legally
officer.
or were even born
Yeah.
here,
Well,
but there have been
funny enough,
instances
I'm
where
gonna share something, and I'll
citizens
bring
have been
that right
caught
back
up in the
up.
dragnet once they
Like I said, the consensus is black folks mind your business, go home. This don't concern us.
I
Damn.
believe so.
And
I think so too. Yeah.
yeah, most black folks on Twitter and on the social media and in real life.
Black people are
Don't
black people and
care.
Latinos should not be. They're not on the same side. Latinos are looking to push black people out. They're not trying to replace white people.
My goodness. Take a look at these officers trying to get back into their patrol
Because remember,
cars.
in
That
their
officer just got
culture,
in there,
the
but the whole
whiter the
time he was,
person
rushed
looks, the
in.
more
He had
powerful they
another
are in their
officer next
culture.
to him with
It's
his
always the
gun
ruling
pointed
class is the
upwards
whitest
in order
looking
to
people.
prevent somebody from lobbing a rock onto that officer. So
I got another video. You see that guy wearing the skull mask?
Put me on the building with a scope.
Like, and people want to argue that this is not a foreign invasion. The left wants to argue that this is not,
Yes,
this is
it
in
is.
solidarity. This is not
Yeah.
an invasion.
And when you have the president of of Mexico saying, "Hey, like you should rile up because, or you should, go nuts because we don't want to be taxed on our remittances," encouraging this shit, a foreign president.
Oh, I thought she said not to. She said
No,
to.
she said to do it.
Yeah, she was preaching for it. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's because she's part of the cartel.
Oh, she's Jewish. Oh, she's a star person. Sorry.
That's the thing, right? So, like we've talked about, Reconquista, La Raza, however you want to put it. Miss Moxie did change my mind because she came up non-biased, but the vast majority of Hispanic folks that I've talked to, they'll talk a big game until something like this happens. And like I said, democracy, republic, you're gonna see
when this is over. That
it really depends, because the Mexicans, like the Latinos that I know that have been here and are pretty, they don't like this shit. They like their businesses. They like that their kids go to good schools. They're American, dude. Like, there's a big difference. Like, and I'm not saying it. This is a liberal area where they've imported and created a literal foreign country within our country. These are not American Mexicans or American Latinos.
it's called a fifth column, and that's what they've done. That's why we interned the Japanese during World War II.
Yeah, they literally have created a foreign state of foreign nationals. These are not like there may be 10-20% of those people who are left-wing idiots who are but this is foreign nationals.
Rocks. Jesus Christ.
No, there's a reason. There's a reason that armies in occupation zones consider rocks.
And that's when they're not showing it no more. You see that? They cut that off real quick, showing the cops getting rocks thrown at them from above. Bad PR.
Yeah.
When the majority of the nation sees that,
hey,
they're going to tell.
Hey, let's listen to these two Hispanic ladies tell us about our country.
Yeah, I know, right? Or Maxine.
Even better.
Skeletor.
Is that Maxine Waters? Oh,
organized labor, head of a local SEIU union. I don't know why they picked him up. I don't know what they're going to do to him.
They should be waterboarding that guy for information about what's going on right now.
He is being targeted, but our city is being targeted because we're a sanctuary city. Trump hates us.
The link
He
I
does
just
not
posted
like
in the
this
back,
city.
another
He's
link
trying to
from Lauren, and
intimidate,
it's
and he
live.
sent the guns in here on us. The governor didn't know anything about
sent the guy.
the
Oh
National
my
Guard coming in.
God!
He did it on his own. We can't be intimidated. We've got to get the people out. We've got to get the elected officials out.
I don't know. Maybe transsexual Joe Cool has a point.
Where ICE was last night.
Transsexual Joe
Know
Cool.
that their elected officials
He looks like
Leatherface.
Leatherface.
There's Joe Cool right there, ain't it?
Waters also tried to get into that federal detention center.
No, the thing about this is this is what happens when you have a democracy. This is late stage democracy. Again, for the people out there who are sub like 90 IQ, I know we live in a republic, but all republics are democracies, but not all democracies are republics.
All right, so we have this.
It's a necessity versus
an announcement from Trump coming up.
sufficient versus necessary clause.
Could face federal charges if they stand in the way of the deportation. Something that Poland may have.
You'll stand in the way of law and order. Yeah, they will face charges.
Well, that was
There
cut
you
your
go.
eye.
President Trump.
Look at this shit. Look at they're throwing shit down. They're breaking concrete to use to throw over, dude. Look at they're shooting paintballs at the cops.
That we're looking at now.
You see that? They're shooting fireworks and paintballs at the cops.
Fireworks now. So it's gone from rocks to
But
fireworks.
the thing about it is, and again, like I've been saying, when you have a democracy, whether it's a republic or not, you eventually adopt big tent politics where you try to get as many people as possible in. And this is
Did
what
you ever see this on January 6th? Nobody ever shooting fireworks and throwing rocks at cops on January 6th.
Hey, look, this is a minority group doing it, so it is not wrong.
It's a peaceful protest.
This is a peaceful protest, exactly. It's not white people trying to practice.
Oh, airbags are deployed on that.
Yeah, they're throwing huge rocks at the damn thing. They're breaking the cement like they did yesterday with hammers, and they're taking cement from the concrete on the sidewalk and throwing it at cops.
That's what they're doing, isn't it? Breaking it up.
Yo, can y'all
That's
hear
what I'm
me?
saying. Yeah.
Mic check.
So I'm just wondering if those.
That's literally attempted murder right there.
In some fashion.
Whoever that was, your mic's a little weak.
I mean, it looked as if we saw an officer rush.
But like this is what you get. This is what you get in
Can you hear me?
a multicultural society.
Can you turn his mic up, Ortho?
Yeah, I'll turn it up in just a sec. Eventually, like you get ethnic groups and special interest groups pushing for their group, wanting special rights and privileges, or you get a fifth column trying to take actions on behalf of a foreign people or state. And this is just an issue that nobody wants to talk about because, if you talk about it, you're racist against Hispanics or you're racist against immigrants because nobody wants to be called out for being in the fifth column that they're being.
Oh, fuck, I make it easy. I hate all
The Asians had this too, like I said earlier. California, the Asians had to get sued in parts of San Gabriel Valley because they were doing everything in Chinese, the street signs, the language, everything. So the fire department, the LA County could not find addresses because they were all in Chinese characters and stuff.
That there needs to be some kind of clearance of all the.
So who wants to address that comment?
And those scooters that it looks like
They did assault, not like this, though, not with deadly weapons, not with deadly weapons, not with. They did not come with firework launchers, paintball guns, breaking cement from the Capitol and using it to throw at cops.
That aside, well, look. That aside, I find it interesting that this person's saying to settle down now that it's what the side that he supports doing it. Now all of a sudden it's not a big deal. Settle down, and there's some rioters assault. But when it was people that were thinking that their vote was stolen and wanted to go stand up for it, and all of a sudden that was some great insurrection that needed to be dealt with.
This isn't just crying. I just don't want to hear anything ever again about January 6th.
said something.
I'm not crying about anything. I'm saying this is just the
will,
same thing, so
because
I don't want to hear
January
any
6th
bullshit from you guys anymore.
Is it an actual?
January 6th is the great 9/11 of.
Trying to light the.
It's worse than 9/11 in Pearl Harbor. It's worse than the
That's
Civil
probably
War.
$150,000.
And
they
you know
just
what's the
tore
sad
up.
part? Look at all the people tomorrow trying to go to work, and that's going to shut down the freeways. People can't get to work. That's my point. That's what this is doing.
They're trying to set the car on fire.
Is it true that the Mexican president
That's
is
the
calling
worst
for?
optics ever. If you start seeing a police
Yeah,
car
it's
get
true,
on fire,
Yep.
that is the worst optic ever. If they start lighting police
All
cars
right,
on
hold
fire.
on, Imperious. Somebody had a question.
Also on the left-hand side, just goes to show you.
I mean, like for the audience or whatever, but Snowman answered it. I was asking, is it true the Mexican president called for protest?
Valley or to downtown.
Yes, she's
No, to amp it
encouraging
up.
this.
Moving, you're happy to be
Yeah.
able to get through.
Yeah, she's
I believe they
pushing.
called this. They I think they already ordered disbursement, didn't they already? So this is an
They ordered
unlawful.
disbursement like yesterday.
The bulk of the protesters.
How
Well,
come
this is right at Union
nobody?
Station too, dude. This is right at Union Station in
How
downtown. Like
come
this is
nobody's
right
on
by.
the overpass?
With their protests against.
Yeah, that's why. Where are the cops up there trying to get to their fellow cops, dude?
That's
Yeah.
what. Man, whenever there's this issue in urban cities, the police the police always gets the high ground.
Look at all the concrete on the ground.
And that's my point. They don't have the high ground here.
The U.S. attorney last night.
This is where you need an Apache 64.
Yeah, they should
at.
have the police helicopter. Where are the ghetto birds? Where's the sheriff helicopter?
Right here is where I'm gonna pull this stream up for a minute. This was also shared by Lauren. Thank you, Lauren. This is where all the police are. They're still at the
Federal building.
Yeah, they're the most police presence is at the federal buildings.
That's the sheriff. And that's what you're seeing. LAPD is not being supported.
You hear the black woman speaking? She's talking about the green hats. They'll bail you out for free.
That's what I said. The women instigate, and they say that. Didn't I say this earlier? That the lawyers are there. They'll go, what is his name? What's your name? What's your name? I'll bail you. We'll get you bail. We got money. We got money. We'll bail you. And because of this, they don't even need bail. Because these are gonna. Sorry.
Sheriff's coming in, so this lady is saying that they got.
Go ahead. I
don't know if they're gonna start.
We can talk.
Oh, I thought that was someone talking. I guess that's the guy.
No, that's the dude who owns it. See, she's giving the information to people so later tonight when they riot, they know who to call.
Yeah, they're writing on their hands. They're saying, okay, call this number when you get to the police station, and they'll bail you out.
Is this worse than J6?
Oh yeah, because it is.
It's happened for 3 days, and they're destroying infrastructure to fucking. Jan 6 was a
Did
fucking.
anybody die during? Did anybody
I'll just
die
hear
during-
angry white people. Just say that, Shenard.
No one died during these protests.
Okay,
Not yet, dude. Not yet.
Is that your measure though?
Counter argument. Only one woman died during Jan 6, and she was killed by federal authorities.
Dude.
Why haven't federal authorities opened fire on these protesters yet?
That wasn't federal authority.
Too orthodox.
No,
Like
that was a
Capitol policeman. It was a federal authority, Capitol Police.
Yeah, it was a Capitol police officer.
Yeah, but
I thought it was a rent-a-cop.
No, it was a Capitol Police officer. No, it was a federal cop, dude. Not a federal officer.
One
like an
specifically
FBI.
assigned to congressional detail.
Yeah, exactly. They should know how to handle that.
There was a white prostitute that ran on that was like walking in front of the building, and I can't rewind it. But like everybody, like every brown guy, basically turned around and started trying to talk to that chick. I wish I could have fucking pulled it up. It was funny.
Hey, also, you know that federal officer that shot Ashley Babbitt? That guy left. He left his gun in the bathroom at one point in time.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well,
Oh,
it's funny,
Jesus.
wasn't it a black officer as well.
Yeah, the black guy. I mean, not that that matters. I don't care his race.
No, I think in this context it does. I see that, you know,
Maybe.
Dude,
I mean,
everybody in the chat of
possibly,
this
but I
live
think
stream is
honestly, the
saying
guy
to
was
nuke
just not
LA.
fit to be a cop, and he got so scared he fired his weapon.
No,
That's what I think.
my thing is I'm noticing that these ethnic riots are happening.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but Babbitt was 4 years ago,
Is
dude.
this
That's a
live?
little hard.
Yeah, this is live.
But when white people riot, the minority
See,
within
they're
our
trying to
government
set
are
the
able
cop
to
car on
kill
fire.
white
Do you see that in the upper left corner? They're trying to throw shit on there to light the cop car on fire.
Well, they already set it on fire once.
What is it?
That's my point in even bringing up the race, because here's the thing: you see a bunch of white National Guardsmen here in LA.
Yo, that was weird, bro. I
And
was
you
hearing
see
like I was hearing audio from like a couple of minutes back, and I'm thinking I couldn't hear anything I was saying, man. My bad.
No, dude,
Hey,
you know
YouTube.
a lot of the cops right there are
I had
Mexican,
the
dude, or
audio
Latino. A
cut
lot
off
of those are
from
Latino
when I
cops,
was
and
listening.
dude, it's just like in Mexico where the Mexicans beat the crap out of all the immigrants coming from Honduras when they go through there. Dude, Latinos are not this unified monolith. Trust me, they have just like the Asians, how Japanese hate
Well,
Chinese,
look
Koreans hate.
like they succeeded, Imperious. I see smoke coming out of that cop car.
Oh, did they get it on fire? Ooh.
The thing about it, Imperius,
y'all think this is worse than
no group. It is true that no group is a monolith at all, like no racial group. But here's the thing: ethnic politics come into play when you're having a massive and national thing. So
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. If you had to push people to it, they're gonna side with their own race. Yes, I get
And
that.
they align with their own race.
Well, everyone does, and I get that. I get that.
No.
But what I will say
Blacks
about
and
Latinos,
whites in the United States don't automatically go to that. These people do.
but I will. But that's my point. Latinos are a little different because remember, in their culture, the whiter you look, the more respectable, the more authority you have. So it's not as much of a racial thing against white people here. Latinos hate black people here. Okay,
Oh, that's a fact.
that's the real. It's not Latinos don't come here saying they want to replace white people. They love white people. If you look at their politics, who runs their country, it's the whitest looking people they want running their countries.
That may be true, but they still want you to speak Spanish. It's still a cultural.
No, dude.
Yeah, it's also not La Raza. La Raza wants to kill you and take
you're
the
taught
land back.
English, dude, in school. You're taught English in school down there.
La Raza wants to go door to door and kill Whitey and take the land back.
Hey, look,
Dude, the La Raza will kill the natives of their countries too. That's what you don't get, dude. They hate, dude.
That's the disconnect. That's what you're not getting. Is the people that are in these fucking streets support support La Raza. That's the thing. The people you're talking about are the people like Moxie who are not in the streets, who are speaking out against it. What you're making the argument is you're saying, oh, since 1/3 of these people are on our side and are against these people, not everybody, and like
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if shit came to shit, it's not going to be all Latinos that are just going to side with these people. And a lot of Latinos, and they will side with what advantages them, just like anybody else. And most Latinos.
The issue with argumentation is that it allows for if shit pops off, right, and there was a revolution tomorrow, it makes
the interstate jammed up.
Yes, I get that. If a shit popped off and it was freaking there was all chaos and stuff. Sometimes, a lot of the time, actually, you're going to have a lot of the time choosing who looks Latino to white. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, dude, I have a Latino friend who is from Argentina, and he looks just like me.
It's called a fifth column.
But that's what I'm saying. You have foreign nationals. This isn't even a racial thing. This is a racial thing because they've imported a certain group of foreign nationals. This happened with the Haitians in freaking before the election, if you remember.
Oh, this ain't gonna end well.
These are foreign nationals, and I would argue that American Latinos here are not the ones that are American here that watch American sports, that have gone to American things, that aren't left idiots, just like the white left idiots. don't like this shit.
What occurred or what area.
You're not gonna see. You're not gonna see Canelo Alvarez supporting this shit.
Because
And by the way, to show that I'm not biased, right? German, the Bund in the Rust Belt, and Germans all over the U.S. supported, and acted as a fifth column in favor of Germany during World War II.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But that's been the fear. That's every immigration. The Irish,
fire.
same thing.
Greater fire now.
It seems that
It's all flame somewhere.
Yeah,
but the fifth column, it refers to a group of people who
There it goes.
So whether they
People who have created an enclave that are a separate nation within the nation, who don't follow the nation's laws, who have an underground black market. It's literally a nation within a nation.
Of that CHP vehicle, and you have
Jesus, there you go, man.
Hey, you gotta do
That's
shit.
bad optics, man. See, I'm telling you, it's not even dark out yet, dude.
This vehicle.
Yeah, it's only going to get worse. Only going to get worse.
According to people like King Chenard, we have to wait for people to die to say that it's worse than January 6th.
That's the crazy standard, man. Somebody's going to end up dying.
What happens when somebody dies of what happens if somebody dies because they couldn't get an ambulance through and they needed to go to a hospital? How do you know that hasn't happened yet?
You can see there
Yep.
are people who are
We don't. That's the problem. But people won't count that as a death.
Look, they're waiting for that cop to come out with that fire extinguisher so he can drop them bricks on him.
And these are CHP officers who are now out of commission.
The StreamYard is acting up, man. This shit, it's like I'm hearing like audio from like a couple of minutes. Oh no, man, this shit's weird.
Makes me sad.
You got a YouTube tab open or something?
I did. That's why I didn't hear y'all.
You may be hearing this broadcast, man.
Hey, Chenard, let me ask you a question. What do you think these foreign nationals are going to do to black people?
And aiming at the officers.
The same thing.
It makes no sense to me.
You think they're going to eliminate you like they do in South America?
They were
able to
part, I believe.
What did they do to black people in South
Chenard,
America?
you're hearing the broadcast in the background. I just checked it on my channel. There is no echo.
Fireworks and the mere
Yeah, I think I fixed it. You said, what did they do to black people in South America?
Adding to the fact
What do you mean?
that
Yeah, have you ever? Do you hear what happens to black people who travel to South America and what happens?
will burn, but then also the fire.
StreamYard is fucking up, man. I don't know what it is.
That's on your end. Leave and come back.
From extinguishing the fire. So that's the tactic.
If Chenard thinks white people are racist, go down to South America.
How come we got all them cops over there, but they're not doing anything about the overpass? It's right around the corner.
It's the same thing that happened. It's the same thing that happened at the
Unite. Stand down.
Yeah,
Anyways,
it's the same thing that happened at the Unite the Right.
All these cops are ordered to not
stand down.
disperse these people, not do anything.
Only so much.
Yeah.
They're already more involved than they should be.
This is why I told Bumpkin like right wingers need to not do on the ground action and or counter protests. You can start the protest, but don't go out and counter protest because they want you there to start shit.
Yeah, then they'll blame it on you, on your presence,
then they can,
and they'll blame it on your presence being there instigating everything.
And like what they did here,
like they're doing the cops.
The cops were actually just trying to like.
Well, not just that, but do you notice that the mayor, the governor, and everyone is saying it's the military's fault that this is happening? You being here instigated. Just let us do what we want here. Let us be our own country. Don't come from outside, or we'll burn everything down of our own city if you come in here. This is traumatizing to us to be here. Notice she says Angelino. She doesn't say Americans.
Let them burn it down and don't rebuild it, and don't send them aid, and don't let them immigrate out.
She actually mentioned it in one of her interviews, like Friday. She said, like when she said Angelinos, she included illegals.
Yeah, she said we don't care about the status of any migrant. We're all Angelinos, and we're going to protect our Angelinos, not Americans, Angelinos. That's what I'm saying. You are seeing a nation, a separate nation within a nation. That for 20 years, that's what I was saying earlier to Mel or whoever, saying, oh, there's only 900,000 in LA County. There are 5 million illegal immigrants in LA County.
You have police vehicles that have been
damn shame, man.
I wish our leftist guests wouldn't have left because I like having difference of opinion, but it also helps expose the lies of the left when you let them speak.
So LAPD is on tactical
Yep.
alert.
Because you see what Ryan tried to do when he first came. I like Ryan too, but you see how he tried to paint me into a corner. I'm just like, nah, bro. I don't care. That's how you deal with leftists.
I don't know, man. Like,
You don't let them have the moral high ground. You just like,
look,
yep.
Yeah,
He's
you have
a
to point out that they don't have morals by their own logic. Follow their own logic down to the
look,
inevitability that they don't
he's
have
a
the morals.
progressive.
hey, what
Like,
we're looking
the
at.
first thing he tried to say is, "Oh, you're a National Socialist, so you're a Nazi. You're a bad guy, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you could paint me with that brush if you want to, buddy." And then I pointed out, and Imperius also pointed out, and even better than I did, that leftists have no morality. They have no argumentation. All they have is just let people do things, and if that stuff involves rioting and destroying your country, just let it happen because communism should be a thing.
Because
I
it makes
guarantee
me
you.
Doesn't make
feel
any
good. It
sense.
makes me feel good seeing these people doing that in this specific situation. Now, if
I
they're doing it to
guarantee you,
something I don't,
if these protests were being done against liberal or leftist
he wouldn't
ideology,
want them.
he
He'd
would
want
be.
it shut down, the military to shut the city down.
Yeah,
If this was white people doing this, he'd say shut the
Not
city
even if
down.
it was white people. If it was Hispanic folks that didn't
Oh
want
yeah,
communism,
or Asians, or just conservative black people, he'd be like, shut the city down. If there are
Hey,
too many
but
American flags, it's a nationalist uprising.
hey, but check this out though. These are police officers that were just like driving through another area. They were like just them being there is
join
the
the panel.
inciting
Don't woo
incident.
bang from chat. We can have this debate. But Nazi was actually an insult for the National Socialist Party. It basically meant hillbilly or redneck.
It's just an
And no,
authorization.
they
It
are
was an
not leftist. They are
authorization tactic.
centrist.
That's all.
Yo, but those officers or whatever are just passing through at that particular point in time. Them existing is instigation. That's
Yeah,
crazy, man.
that's their saying. They're saying that you being in this state is instigating us to do this. So you guys better leave and let us run things how we've been doing, and let us
Yeah,
do
but
whatever we
they
want,
were
or we're
leaving.
going to do this.
They were leaving. They blocked the roadway.
At the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, this right here is an attempt to do two things: set up a movement for setting up a foreign nation within your nation, like you said, and a push like leftist liberals are there to push economic and social ideology in themselves. And this is why I straight up told Ryan, if you don't know the social and economic ideology behind National Socialism, you're just going to hit me with propaganda. We can have this debate at a later date because they, like you said, the Hispanics are doing what they're doing, and then the liberals are also doing what they're doing. You know.
Yeah, there's a liberal in the green hats, those women writing down the numbers, the people that are instigating these lemmings are foreign nationals that don't know any better, that just don't want to be sent back, and they've been told by these actual insurrectionists that this is your land now. You deserve to be here. If they send you back, fight them like you would if you're trying to fight a foreign invader. They've been told that they are welcome people here and that they are now citizens and they deserve everything. And so they're going to fight, and they've been told to fight, and if they do fight, they'll be protected.
People in the U.S. only know what a Hollywood Nazi is. That's why I'm a proud National Socialist. I try to educate people on it. That's why Sasquatch is absolutely right. I am fighting a losing war, a PR war, but it is what it is because education is necessary. National Socialism would fix this country within a year.
You know, the biggest thing though is most people they think Nazi, they don't know what the acronym means. So like that in
National
itself,
socialism doesn't include a racial connotation. It is an economic governance form. Now, Führerism, what the German state formed into, was based off a ethnic model based off of Hitler, the Führer's specific ideology. It's called Führerism. Remember, in Italy, where fascism was formed, it had nothing to do with race. Fascism came from Italy first. Came from Mussolini first.
Here's the issue. Here's the issue, right? I've met black people. My discussion on Truism show with the black gentleman about race. He doesn't believe race exists. I do, but we had a very calm and really good discussion about it. You guys should check that out. I'll drop the link in a minute. He identifies as a National Socialist, and I said in the stream after Ryan tried to paint me in that corner, I said several hours later that National Socialism is not about race. Every person is capable of being a National Socialist, and it is to the benefit and self-determination of their own people.
An innocent person is hit or hurt.
An economic governance structure where economically it's state-controlled production to the means that are necessary, with little private property control. There are some private property, but not as much. And then on the governance end, it is a strong central government that has the interest towards citizenry and toward a
Is that
national
cop?
interest.
Is that cop?
It's
Yeah.
it's inherently not totalitarian. That's why I support it. I don't support totalitarianism.
It doesn't have to be totalitarianism. It has to be that the state controls a lot,
Well,
but doesn't have to be in a.
communists are totalitarian.
Yeah, it has to be state. It has to be a strong central governance structure, but it doesn't have to be totalitarian, as in all in one. It's not a monarchy innately.
Well, even economically speaking, right? Corporations are regulated to not be against the public interest or be in favor of globalism.
Because remember, the difference between communism is that there is no private property. Fascism, you own your private property, but the government tells you what to build. That's the difference.
Honestly, I've been listening to a couple of cats talk about like monarchy or whatever, and it gets a bad rap. But I mean, you at least know who's in charge, as opposed to
That's what I always say. If you have a monarchy, you know where the buck stops. One man gets the glory, but one man gets the blame.
But by the way, Halted is absolutely correct. Fascism and National Socialism uses a republic. Fascism. See, Mussolini gave fascism its modern term, but fascism has been around as long as republics have been around, because republics, in order to be an actual republic, you need to be a militarized.
What do you think Plato was? What do you think Plato was?
You need
Well,
to be.
there was feudalism too.
And Plato was more, quote, fascist than you'd think. He believed in certain races being superior and how only Greek people could have or the people of the citizenry by the genetics and by blood should be given like deference.
Well,
and stuff.
there is an argument for blood and soil in every system, because your entire country exists to benefit its citizenry and its people, and nations are made up of ethnic groups and people.
Remember to hit that like, ladies and gentlemen. If you like what you're seeing, share the stream. All you got to do is copy the link. Send a couple $100 if you're feeling like
exactly. Cornelius Rupert, apes together strong.
But yeah, there's that book called The Madness, or the Madness of Mobs, right? By the, what's his name? The British dude, the guy that's on a lot. He's a debater. God, I'm trying to. Douglas Murray. The Madness of Mobs. I think he wrote a book called. It's really interesting.
Which is a play on the Madness of the Proud. I mean, it's a concept that's been around for a long time.
Somebody must be throwing stuff.
Distant lights. Every group of people have the inherent right to conquest, but every group also has the inherent right to defend themselves and to push back against that conquest. It's like you have the right to revolution, but the government has the right to stomp out.
Is this at a hospital?
Well, and then there's another thing, right, of discovery too, like the Catholics. If these people are not civilized and they have no idea of the faith, you have, as a superior morality, the right to impose superior morality on an inferior morality people.
Miss Christy Weber, unfortunately, due to censorship since 2016, you're gonna have biased information. But the best way to find it is to become part of these groups and ask for literature to read and do your own research and come to your own conclusions. Because you should never take what a fascist or a communist or a Republican or a Democrat or a socialist or any person for that matter says at face value. You should always do your own research. And I know that's what you're asking for, but
we're all liars.
Unfortunately, as of right now, I don't have the, I left a lot of the groups I'm in, so I don't have the fascist book clubs and literature for you. That you would have to ask Bumpkin or Halted for that. And Lauren is correct. I do believe that is the ICE detention center.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a hospital at first. Saw a sign.
That's crazy how big that is. I wouldn't think that building would be that big. It must be like service
That
something
thing's
else.
like a whole city block, dude.
No, dude, the federal buildings are massive, dude. Like, have you ever seen an embassy, a U.S. embassy? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, these things are like these buildings are made to withstand this kind of shit. They'll never break in there. It's never gonna happen. It would be
They did
impossible.
the other night.
No, they lock the guys in. They
They
were
had
surrounded.
they had
never
the
got in.
garage. They had the garage open at one point in time.
Yeah, but that's way to get
Well,
in there.
that's because the federal
Agents left
police
it open
opened
and-
it. They
Yeah, they
opened it to let other federal agents come
Agents in,
What
yeah.
what are they destroying right now? A business or is
That's
that
the guard tower where you pay your ticket to come in and out for parking, dude. They're not getting in the actual building. You see those gates and bars and they're not. Those are freaking ticket. They're not getting in there. It's just the fact that they're destroying the outside stuff. The little windows on the guard pillbox, where the rent-a-cop takes your ticket and stuff.
I'm posting the link now to the debate. Y'all can go watch it later. Please go give.
What's the debate? What's the
tourism-
debate?
It's not really a debate. It's the conversation me and Trey had.
It was a
Me and
moderated
Trey and-
discussion.
Yeah, me and Trey MBT had about race, and I think I think conversations like this between group people who are maybe similar in thought but have different beliefs on how to implement it, or even just have different beliefs in general. I think this type of civil discussion is necessary for the survival of our nation state. We definitely need citizens to come together and discuss how they think the country should be read, and then make action based
Here's
upon
a
it.
question: how many pizzas do you think Bumpkin ate tonight before he went to bed?
None.
None? Oh, I'm thinking 3 or 4 at least.
You saw him riding on a bicycle through all of that stuff.
Oh
He
yeah,
was on
that's what I was
video.
saying. He was on the way to this pizza shop. He just wanted to cut his way through, catch a little sightseeing, and then
I like how you got like a halfway Italian accent when you said that. Go get a pizza,
Get a pizza,
Uh-huh. It's on now. It's
See,
on.
that's now they opened it up and they're coming out and getting people. See what I'm saying? Like, there's no way they're getting in. The only way that opens up is on the inside. They want to get people.
It's on.
They're gonna try to make a perimeter before nightfall. Is what they're gonna do. They're gonna make a perimeter, I think, before nightfall.
Well, one guy was running down the street with that 20-foot ladder till the cop caught up with him and he threw it on the ground.
Dude, this is gonna be the big news on Monday. This is like the worst timing for liberals. They're so bad at optics because everyone in the nation is watching this right now. 8 o'clock on a Sunday. There's nothing else to watch. There's no Sunday night football. Like this is what people are watching right now.
What, like, and it's funny too. I don't know why, but that Abrego Garcia dude getting brought back to the country to get charges against him.
No, it's good. It's good. No. Why? I'll tell you why.
I don't know, but I'm saying for human trafficking allegedly.
Yeah, because what you do, number one, is you bring him back and you charge him, and then he spends his time here, so you get to shove it down the liberal's throat that he was never part of anything. You get to convict him as a gang member to do that, so they get to be shown as liars that he wasn't a gang member. And then once he's done serving here, you send him back for the rest of his life. Because remember, when he left, he wasn't a convicted felon. But going back to El Salvador as a convicted felon, they put you there for the rest of your life. Like, he's done. His lawyer screwed him. He's done for the rest of his life.
Well, the lawyer probably tried to do whatever, but I mean,
No, the lawyer tried to make a public spectacle and use political leverage to do it.
Yeah, but the lawyer
and he
wasn't
put his
supposed to
client
do
at
it.
risk, and now his client's going to spend the rest of his life in prison.
But the
You
lawyer
don't
wasn't
know that.
all right.
Oh, yes, I do. They have all the evidence, dude. They're putting him in a district that has a 99.7% conviction rate that they're going to put him in. 99.7.
But the lawyer wasn't the only person to use him, like, thinking that he was useful, right?
Oh, no. But what I'm saying is the lawyer that filed the appeal to get him brought back and kept fighting legally, Like, dude, it's him. Like, if he wouldn't have been fighting and doing legal things like pushing the court and getting the court to order him to be brought back and everything, and the media was just complaining, the administration would have just ignored it. And it's like the media. Shut up.
Either way, man, it's a bad look, man. Like they'll be like, even interviewing the wife and getting asked about the domestic violence and protection order.
All this is just, dude, this is piling up. See, what they're doing is building a case to the American people, saying, look, these are leftists that you see the politicians protecting rioters like you're seeing right now, protecting people who are now going to be convicted of being in a gang, international terrorist gang, and are human traffickers that are going to spend these are the people they're defending. This is in 2026 in the midterms of the choice you have between people that are defending human traffickers, sex offenders, murderers, people, arsonists, rioters, or civilized society. And just like in the 1992 crime bill, this country is going to lock these people down, dude.
Hey, you know what's funny about that? Like nobody remembers the Congressional Black Caucus begging
to have that because of the crime.
Begging for anything. And now you have similar situations in like say the Maryland area.
The Latino conservative caucuses are begging because Latinos, you know who's the victim of these illegals who get bullied?
Those
other Latinos.
Yep. Proximity. They hide in the community and expect you to be silent. But what's funny is like this is like like almost like a repeating of the '90s in certain areas. Like in Maryland, they're begging for the parents of the children that do stuff to get arrested.
They're trying to cause that's why I'm saying this is an insurrection. This isn't even a riot. A riot is a spontaneous event that people get mad and something happens and it goes off. This is a pre-planned, pre-organized. They have tools. They have pallets brought in with weapons. This is not a spontaneous response to some issue. These are pre-planned, organized events.
Allegedly, the organizer of the protest or whatever, one of the NGOs,
one of the leaders of a union.
Well, it was also funded by previous administration.
Yeah, the NGOs, yeah. Who do you think is getting? Who do you think are there? All those people we saw writing the phone numbers. Who do you think's running those phone numbers? NGOs with money for bail and money for attorneys.
That's why cutting off USAID was like pretty important.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We've been funding this right here. We're funding this.
And it's funny whenever you correct people that it's not USAID. AID is the acronym. They're like, no, it's USAID.
Yeah, it's USAID. Not just that, but it's HUD too. It's HUD. HUD was just discovered sending like 88 or something, $80 billion to states to house illegals.
FEMA
not housing poor Americans,
too.
not housing people in wherever. I don't even care who it is, Chicago, wherever. I don't care. I don't care who it is. Appalachia, that money should be going to Americans to house them.
Yeah. And apparently FEMA was funneling money to certain organizations as well and not doing emergency.
Up in New York for that hotel, yeah.
Yeah, they were paying the Roosevelt Hotel, who is owned by the Saudis. So your tax money is going to pay for a hotel owned by a foreign government that is one of the richest in the world. How do you guys like that?
It's crazy how far down the rabbit hole you can even get with
just follow the money, dude. Follow the money. That's what I always. Any good prosecutor will say, follow the money.
Free them all. The human traffickers, the ones abusing the girls or whatever.
Yeah, the one trafficking little girls across the border to be sold to the cartels and used for the rest of their life.
I'm like, this is crazy, man. And it's like, and none of them probably even understand like the journey that some of these people go through, and what do you call it? Not just the tragedy,
the caravans, the smuggling, the coyotes, all that. Yeah,
all the trauma.
Well,
especially the
dude,
girls.
they say 80+% of women that make the journey or get smuggled in get raped at one point during the journey. 80% plus.
Why would I advocate for anything that has something like that attached to it?
Because again, in the end, it's power. It's a means to an end.
Yeah, but for somebody like myself or whatever, the trade-off's not worth it at all.
Yeah, you have a moral compass. These people, the moral compass is achieve power. Power is your moral.
And a
There is
lot of
an
these
obvious
people,
split in society. There is an obvious split in society.
Exactly.
well, a lot of these people on this ground level that we're watching right now are just youthful idiots.
These people right now, all of these people are probably on the government dime. They're living off our tax money, so they have the time, the energy, the ability to do this. They don't have jobs to lose. They have health care through free health care in California. They'll get bailed out the same night. There's no bail for this kind of stuff. So what, they don't have a problem. They got their food stamps for the month. They got their free housing. They got their free TV and their phone and their whatever. They don't. That's my point. There's an incentive to do this because there's no. What does it matter to them? It's like, let's get drunk and go riot tonight, and tomorrow we'll just get drunk and lay at home, and watch some TV and maybe go out tomorrow night and do whatever. We don't have to do anything. We should be pissed because these people live a forever college life while we go to work every day. And everyone wonders why the prices of everything raise up. Why does the price of energy? Why does the price of gas? Why is our hospital bills, our medical bills? Because you're paying for all these people to do everything for free. When they get a cough, they go to the doctor, and that money's charged to you.
Well, don't forget that there's probably more than a passing possibility that you got the same thing going on here that you had during the 2020 riots, where you got a bunch of ads and Craigslist and stuff paying these people,
paying people to come out.
$25 an hour to come out and protest.
Yeah. But who's paying for that? We are.
I don't know if we're necessarily paying for it directly. Maybe indirectly we are.
Funneling through our tax money. Those NGOs that are doing that get our tax money to do it.
They've already caught like several of these instances or whatever, been uncovered. Like when they're basically shutting down hotels and moving migrants around the country. In fact, they were even flying them to the interior of the country.
Yeah, there are small towns throughout the country where the immigrant population is now bigger than the town.
Yeah, but
how'd you like to growing up in a town of like 5,000 people and then overnight 10,000 whoever are there, Ukrainians or 10,000 Jamaicans or whoever.
And that was done systematically and on purpose over the past 10 to 15 years.
Yes, to redistribute populations to become voting blocks and to outvote people.
There's a town in Ohio that tripled in size recently due to the illegal immigration.
Because I guarantee you, the next argument for this tomorrow, and I think I even heard it today from one of the liberal senators in the Senate. The only way to avoid this is we got to find a reasonable way to citizenship for all these people.
Yeah,
we can't deport them all. We don't have the money. Look, it's going to cause a disruption. These cities can't go into shutdown because Donald Trump wants to deport all these poor people. The only way we can do it is to offer a path to citizenship for all these people.
Which is garbage, man, because you don't have the money to run a welfare state and new recipients.
Lesbians.
Were you trying to ask me a question, Snowman?
No, sir, I was not.
Yeah, you can't run a welfare state of brand new recipients and able-bodied people and expect
Is that
like
Bumpkin's woman in the pink? Oh, she's off screen now.
And expect like everything to be honky dory. Resources are limited. I remember having this conversation with a particular. Oh wow, that is a big girl, man.
That's a big bitch.
I lost my train of thought. I lost my train of thought, man. I thought she was.
You don't even know for sure if that's a bitch.
It might be a dude, but the troon, it kind of looks like a troon, actually.
What the hell? Oh, that's a phone cover. That looks like a snow cone.
Yeah, there's Blumpkin in
Hey,
pink.
I'm gonna post a video from Lauren in the background. They have snipers on roofs now.
Oh, they've already had them up there. You didn't know that?
But yeah,
That's one of the first things they did.
play the video. I posted it in the back chat.
Wait, or is that a snow cone in that chick's
Yeah, just
hand?
give me a second.
That's a huge bitch.
You see what they're doing? They're breaking the cement to use them as rocks. See?
Yeah, there's been several videos of that. They've been going to like prominent buildings and doing that. And there was one guy that was just like breaking the cement on those pillars and just like leaving it, and then like just going and just breaking as many as possible. So there's probably like, rock and debris available for mad people later on. Crazy. Oh, that's
It's getting dark.
the sheriff
Getting
joint.
dark. You know what's going to happen.
This must be that same overpass.
Yeah, it's on ground level right there on the overpass. Distant light snipers on roofs? Are they Korean?
We got the LAPD chief making a statement on Fox. Let's switch to that real quick.
I want to see how they're going to respond to this. They're going to say, we'll let them die out. We're not going to, try to escalate this. That's what they're going to say. Watch.
Napalm.
There you go. Simple one-word answer.
Additional resources right away to be able to help quell the violence. And that situation, as you can see tonight, has only gotten worse.
Can you guys hear it?
Yeah.
No. Turn it up, please.
I can't hear what he's saying.
He said, turn it up, please.
Hold on. Let me do this again. Oh. Sorry, True Hype.
Is that we are guided and bound by the California Values Act.
There you go.
We can't participate in any way in civil immigration enforcement. So the federal partners have been reticent to provide information to us before something happens because of that reason. Part of that is they want to be respectful of the rules that we have to live by, but it also, on a normal situation, not that big a deal. But in a situation like we saw here in the past couple of days, it turns out to be a very big deal. So we're going to continue to work with the partners that I mentioned.
Yeah, this is the LAPD chief.
Forward to try and be able to make things as safe for everybody as we can.
All right, Spectrum. Chief, how many arrests so far?
You have that?
Yes, Captain Raul Javel, Operations Central Bureau, Incident Commander. At least, this is very fluid and preliminary. At least 10 people arrested so far. There's arrests being made as we speak. About 3 officers injured. Fortunately, very fortunate on very minor injuries, or I wouldn't say not minor, but they're not significant enough to be transported to a local hospital. They were treated at the scene. But we're making more arrests as we speak, and we're trying to get into that posture where we're able to make arrests.
Only
Right
10
now,
arrests
really,
so
our
far.
officers are really under attack. If you can see, when the chief was talking about, we're trying to, first of all, ensure that our officers are safe and the public is safe. And then we'll move into, if we can arrest, we'll arrest, and then obviously protect the property and our vehicles and other things like that. But as of now, 10 arrests. And if I could just jump on, and then 29 last night as well. And so as we move forward,
So 39 arrests total in 2
step
days.
up our arrest
There should be 1,000, like 3,900.
and do what we can to stop this violence.
We're going to go 2 more.
You know what else is going to come from all this? That planet, was it Palantir technology
I'm sorry, say
thing?
that one more time.
same crap that's happening in China.
For me, again, that would
Build
be
a profile on you.
speculative to say how long.
Oh yeah, yeah.
that
These
the
people are going to
members
get in
of
a
ICE
wreck.
will be
Yeah,
in
for
town
sure.
doing the enforcement
Yeah, but
actions they're doing.
it's going to be used on us
Calling out the
too.
National
This
Guard,
is like the
oftentimes
setting
their
up for the
deployment
social credit
periods are in
system.
30-day
Yeah,
periods.
to like
And
get
so,
people to want this.
to
Yeah,
me, it's
that's what
going
I'm
to be an
saying. Yeah, the
extended period
citizenry
of
will
time.
allow a
Don't know
lot
how long
more
that'll be.
strangulation
We're
of
gearing up
liberty
for
for
that to
security
be
if this
able
shit
to
keeps rioting and people
participate
keep
in
going
a
nuts,
meaningful
dude, for
way
sure.
as we move forward without exhausting our people beyond what they already are. We're a department that went through 5 months plus of the fires and dealing with the fallout from the fires. And as you can imagine, with a very limited sized department to begin with, that's a big stress on our deployment, but more so on
Hey,
our
what
people
wasn't Karen
and their
Bass in
families.
that
So
group?
as we move
Was
forward,
back in the
we'll do
the
everything we
70s,
can to
80s?
focus on employee wellness
That
and to be able to offer whatever services we can
made
to
that
address the
federal
needs of
building go boom.
Sure.
I didn't hear what you said really. It was kind of blurry.
The Weather Underground.
You part of the Weather Underground or one of the spinoffs?
It was the Weather Underground, the communist group.
Okay. Yeah, Bill Ayers.
And re-looking at any of these incidents that maybe there wasn't an opportunity to make an arrest at a time, but going back and trying to investigate who's responsible and potentially arresting after that.
No, thank you for the question. I spoke with the sheriff today, and we discussed the possibility of implementing a curfew. We don't rush into doing that, but if we need to do that, I'll go back with the sheriff and we'll look at the options as far as that goes. And as far as give me the second part of the question again.
For some of these incidents we watch unfold, a lot of people watch.
Oh, I got you.
Things just unfold in real time.
Yeah.
Thinking, are any of these people going to be held accountable for this?
Yeah.
For the cars on fire and things like that? Is there a chance of going back?
Absolutely. When you look at the numbers of arrests we've made, pale in comparison to what will be made. There are video accounts of what happened everywhere on social media, on individuals' cameras, iPhones. We will go after that very aggressively. Go after all available video, analyze that video, and hold whoever we can accountable for the variety of different types of crimes that have been committed. And that's something we'll
You're
do
recording
with a number of different
federal
partners
evidence.
with levels of expertise that may be beyond what we have. No, thank you for that.
And then when they come get you or whatever, it's just gonna be you by yourself.
So yesterday, the 29 folks were for failure to disperse. They were all arrested today. So today, so far, this is very preliminary because there's so much stuff going on. The stuff that we know is one person was arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at an officer, a significant incident, and then another individual for ramming a motorcycle into one of our line where the officers were and injured one of the officers. Everything else is still very fluid, and I won't have that for a while.
Oh, that's no big deal, right?
So CHP has made at least 17 arrests that I'm aware of in the freeway.
All right, thank you, everyone. Commander Hurtado will stick around to do comments in Spanish for anybody who's interested.
Such a peaceful protest.
Captain Raul Jovel, RAUL, Thank you. You need anybody else? Okay.
You good? Okay. Thank you all. Be safe out there, please.
Oh, too
All of you
peaceful.
too. You're in an environment that is as well just as dangerous, and we appreciate what you do. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, to act like this wasn't planned, it's just foolish, man.
Yeah, of course.
What if it was planned by the feds?
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, honestly.
I mean, it's possible, but I just genuinely think these are just the pressures of the special interest groups that are doing the same thing they did in 2020 to get Trump to get him out of office. They're trying to push pressure on society to conform to what they want because they're the ones that are willing to do these riots and willing to use violence. And unfortunately, Americans aren't willing to do what has to be done, like arrest these people in mass, like use actual not military, but put the police to do what they're supposed to be doing to stop this. Because to most housewives in suburbia, seeing a cop beat the crap out of some protester is worse, even if they deserve it, than seeing them destroy a bunch of buildings, burn cars, run around waving flags. To them, that's what they think.
Yeah, but the more that this like persists and the bad optics, the more people are willing to beg for even their own slavery. You know,
Yeah, I will get that way, but we're still at the beginning. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, the people are still kind of like, oh, well, it's still kind of racist if you do anything. Don't say anything. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be to a part where people are just like, enough. Like, we're not going to see this shit. Like, it has to become like Rodney King level where they're pulling people out of cars and beating them out of the car. You know what I mean? So, because Americans are just, they don't want to see anything unpalatable to them. Everything has to be palatable and acceptable. Like that's why everything's about civility. It's not about what's right or wrong. It's about just don't rock the boat too much. Just let us just have our nice, superficial kind of like Stepford Wives life where it's all clean on the outside and pretty. Just I don't want to think of problems. Let me just medicate myself and just be an alcoholic and watch TV.
We got people throwing shit at the cop from this parking lot. Police are on Main Street and Chavez.
yeah, that was like one of the first things right there, like attacking the culture piece, and like everything on TV is political. There's no escaping, no escapism. They won't allow it.
Even fucking Taylor fucking Swift is political.
What'd you say about Taylor Swift?
Even she was involved, but I mean,
Even Taylor Swift is political.
She's not like the innocent girl
She's a
that
whore. Dude, she's been with so many dudes. Every one of her hit songs is about a dude she's banged.
It's crazy, man. And it's like, oh, this is your model right here. Hey, Snowman.
Yeah.
You see the former press secretary allegedly left the Democratic Party?
I did see that.
Hey, sinking ship, man.
The lesbian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
John Pierre.
Where'd she go?
Independent.
Independent.
And then dropping a tell-all book.
Yeah. She's already dropped some insider shit when she announced that she was leaving the Democrat Party.
Those are gonna be those juicy Biden secrets.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's going to be.
What's the one dude, David Hogg, got caught on that undercover video?
I don't know nothing about that.
Yeah, Project Veritas or James O'Keefe got him. I got to stop associating Project Veritas and James O'Keefe since they ousted him. Was he OMG now? Yeah, like he caught him on a video talking about who was running the White House. It was Jill Biden had a
she's saying go to the AXN stream.
I don't know if I have the AXN stream.
Yeah, this is
I
a
do. Never
repeat.
mind. I got it.
This is a rerun here. Yeah, we saw this earlier.
Man, this is pretty wild, man.
Yeah.
But most people will be like, oh well, shouldn't do X or shouldn't do Y.
Oh, the glass bottle.
And see, these are all the illegals driving in cars, honking, supporting them. You got to understand, like, there's so many of them. They're not all just driving or honking and like going and protesting. They're in their cars, driving to work, going home. There's so many. It's another country there.
I message you. I'll say
on Instagram. Just message. I'll remember.
Oh, AXN on Instagram.
Yeah, AXN News.
Okay. Now, are you live right now?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Thanks for having me, y'all.
Right.
I need to bail out. I need to check on some people.
NAASHCHAA.paint.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
All right, David, take it easy, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks, man. Yes, sir. Y'all take it easy.
Good to have you, buddy.
Later on, David.
Good to be here.
All right,
Good
so
to
we're
be
on the
here,
corner
bud.
of Main and Cesar Chavez. Looks like this is as far north as the police have come. I'm not sure. It looks like these are LAPD and riot gear. The horses. There's a front line. Some officers. There's some horses, horseback, right behind them.
Where'd all the crowds
Lone
go? I
white
wonder?
guy in a lifted truck's like, what the hell is this?
Let's see. Actually, I think there's more cop cars this way.
See all the flags hanging out of the cars though and stuff, guys? Like that are driving by, waving the. That's what I'm saying. There's so many illegals there, guys.
Hey, did y'all see the video from Mr. Bang Your Wife today?
What was that?
I wonder if we record the cops.
Did you see the video from Mr. Bang Your Wife today?
No, what was it?
It looks like
Gavin was talking
protesters are kinda spread
about
out.
like, you know, being peaceful. This is what the
There's
feds
some men down
want.
on this side.
You know, we're better than that. That garbage.
Crowds have slowly been thinning out.
He clearly does not know who his constituency is.
No.
Because they are, in fact, not better than that.
He's really bad at messaging and like reading the room.
He's literally the real life Kevin Bateman.
So the crowds they put just are really thin.
Yeah.
I don't know if people are going around and going back up to Broadway.
Like when you bang your best friend's wife, dude, you're a unique kind of piece of shit. You know what I mean?
Towards the cops right there. Oh no. Uh-oh. That was a pretty big firework, not a bottle rocket.
What if you really don't like the guy, but you just pretend to be his best friend because you really want to fuck his wife?
Did you guys see where that came from? That might have came from a car. Scared the horses.
I don't think anything's gonna happen.
Ortho, pull up that link Lauren dropped.
I got you.
Shout out to Lauren, our remote correspondent. She's got eyes on the ground.
Yeah, she's pretty badass as far as getting us the links we need to provide the content for everyone. Shout out to Lauren.
And she's doing all this work while stationed in Tel Aviv. Damn.
She's doing all this work because she loves me.
I have to charge you for that, Imperious. It ain't free.
Patrick Bateman, whatever, Kevin. I'm sorry.
I don't know where they're
Patrick
throwing the
Bateman.
fireworks from. They're throwing them from upstairs, from cars.
Thanks, Dia.
I posted
Tough crowd up here, you know.
The building or something, huh?
Hey, I saw a video of a chick that was born here in the U.S., right? But you know, Mexican heritage. And then dude asked her, you know, if we went to war with Mexico, who would you side with? And she's like, that's tough. And I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
What are we looking at here?
Live from Chopper 26. We got Fox 26 Houston in Los Angeles County. That's that intersection we was just looking at. Oh, maybe not. I don't see any horses.
Looks like they're ready though. And look at all the mugs.
Looks like they even got some military there with them too.
Oh, even the governor of North Carolina weighed in. He said there's absolutely no reason for the National Guard to get called in.
The governor of North Carolina is a baby raper.
He's a stupid liberal, dude.
There's a lot of like just unsavory characters in the North Carolina GOP. I got a friend.
He's a liberal. That's a Democrat. The governor's a Democrat.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying like the North Carolina GOP, like there's like the the establishment types that just been entrenched forever, and there's like new blood coming in, but they're always like fighting most of the newcomers that actually want change. And it's funny how like these parties are like that. Well, I mean,
well, yeah, it's happening in the Democratic Party right now.
I'm not seeing the crowds like we did earlier.
It's also happening in the Libertarian Party as well, which is funny. They don't want people to have an alternative, so they basically try to would it corrupt the the leadership. I guess most of the people
they're just moving to different locations to start shit everywhere else. Dude.
Yeah, you see a couple people right there, but what most people probably around that ICE detention center though, right? That's more the focal point.
They're probably just regrouping at different locations because the military and the police are set up barricading it, so they're going to other places.
Yeah, the focal point is the federal building, but the National Guard won, so they kind of fucked off down the road.
I'm looking at the city hall with the gay fagula. I didn't say the word. I said fagula. That's not colors on the city hall of that. You know what I mean? Is that a new fire started? Oh Jesus!
Look, it's right in the middle of the road too.
What's that? What's on
fire?
like
3,000 troops,
They're
right?
probably burning a flag.
No, that's something else. That's more than a flag, dude. That looks like some kind of bike or something, maybe.
How many guard are mobilized?
It's kind of big, man.
2,000 of the guard.
And look, there's the Mexican flag again.
I think they should have sent another 1,000, but I would think with 2,000 to 3,000, they could pretty much occupy
Mayo
Los
Monkey,
Angeles.
they're just cold. Look at his comment.
They're just cold.
Oh, they got bricks delivered now.
Yeah, they got pallets that were placed at strategic locations and stuff.
I remember that during 2020. I went down to Indianapolis and saw that same shit. It was real. They weren't lying about it. There were pallets of bricks strategically placed all throughout all these major cities.
It was crazy, and it was like all damn near at the same time they got delivered, like pretty much like right before all the BS popped off. Shout out to all the people who are like, "Hey, don't take the bait." They trying to get you.
Are they though?
The sick thing is Moxie's husband does criminal law, and he's probably going to defend all these rat fucks in court. Blame Moxie for all this.
I mean, you can defend them, but that don't mean they're gonna win.
Well, Moxie's married to a Jewish man, so you know.
Well, this is boring. I'm gonna go back to something else.
Yep, there ain't nothing happening here.
Most people get court-appointed lawyers probably plead out.
what you'll
That's what I'm saying.
find is
He's going to do it pro bono. He's a Jewish guy. He's going to do it for
you
free for
think
all of them.
them guys they arrested, do you actually think that they'll charge them?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I wouldn't be so sure any of these people are gonna be punished.
Especially out there in LA.
Yeah, they're using CB radios and things like that.
They're probably using them Baofeng radios.
Right here where the bulk of the crowd is.
Crowd. I don't see no
See, they're going to do
crowd.
a street takeover now, dude. I'm telling you. Yep.
This is the bulk.
No, they're just starting new shit all over. They're just dispersing and starting.
Mexico lost.
Mexico lost.
Again?
Said they were gonna burn some rubber.
Again. This time we didn't even need Davy Crockett.
I thought COVID was over. Why are they all wearing masks?
It ain't for no. I tell you that. But they got that new facial recognition technology. If you're wearing a mask, they can like scan.
They're going to try to take over the street, dude. I'm telling you, watch.
There's some weird mapping of your face based on your like eyes and cheekbones.
I'm waiting to hear a car horn go.
Fucking rice burner.
Hello, Moto. We're gonna get some intersection stunts here.
I'm waiting for those motorcycles. You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna They're gonna start going in circles around in the middle of that intersection. You know what I mean?
I'm just waiting for Taco Bell to open back up.
President Trump just issued an executive order. Taco Bell is banned.
Oh shit! No.
Taco Bell is banned until Mexico takes all the Mexicans back.
No more taco. Oh my god. Well, what about Del Taco? Del Taco, I think, is better.
So Del Taco is allowed to stay open, but their burritos and tacos are banned. They can only sell burgers, fries, and shakes.
That's okay. Their burger is great. Have you ever had that Double Del burger? It's actually really damn good.
The Del Taco burgers are actually decent.
That's what I'm saying. It's weird, but I don't know why. But they're pretty good, actually.
On the outside.
This looks pretty lame compared to earlier.
Yeah.
Because they're regrouping. They're regrouping. They got they're gonna have to take it's gonna take like an hour for them probably to regroup of where they're gonna go and where they're coordinating and stuff.
What does that overpass look like where they were dumping rocks on cops? Is that over with? Did they clear that area out?
Yeah, they're just kind of cops chilling there.
I don't know if they're gonna move forward from where they're at. I think only if they keep the crowd.
Someone's saying in the chat, Blackhawks are sighted in LA. That means the Marines are probably on the way.
Well, he did put them on standby.
Uh-oh, looting is up. Oh, he wants it.
I mean, let's get some war zone footage here.
This is just regular traffic.
Looks like they're keeping this intersection open.
Yeah,
for
I'm
some
wondering, is
reason.
that federal employees going home maybe?
Yeah, I'm wondering.
Or they intercepted some kind of intelligence that something might have been going on there, something was going to plan there.
Yeah. Oh, that's a major intersection. It's got like 5 different ingresses.
They're all getting in the way now. Throw them a taco, they'll disperse.
Let's be real. If they were given In and Out, people would disperse. They'd be happy with their In and Out.
Yeah, there's 2 4-way intersections actually, isn't there? 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Yeah, that was going to cause a bottleneck right there.
Yeah.
I wonder if they think they're also searching people too or something. I wonder if it's going to be like a, what is it called? Like a, like a, what do they call it? Like a trap, not a trap, but a, God, I'm so tired right now.
A checkpoint.
Not as a
DUI
checkpoint,
checkpoint.
no, but it's more than that. It's like what they have at the borders between states when you can't, like Department of Agricultural borders between states where it's like more than just a DUI checkpoint. It's like a whole
A way station. Yeah.
way station. There you go. Yeah.
Why is we zoomed in on that guy? What's going on there?
I can't
That
tell
dude
my
setting
night
a fire?
vision. Looks like it.
They're trying to set fires. Yeah.
Not very good at it. Oh, he finally got us started. Now, why the hell? Oh, what is that laying all across the road? Oops, it's dark. I didn't see you. Sorry about that, bud.
White subbed and chartered.
Thought they was
And
under
see,
a
if you're
no
Trump,
burn
you know what you
order.
do here? You just do more and more raids. Just keep pounding these people, putting the you know what I mean? Demoralize them. I would do more raids tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Completely demoralize them. Now you know where the epicenter is. Pound, you know
They're
what I
like,
mean?
oh, we're gonna stick up. They show enforce. We'll show up at more force. Yeah, really? You want to escalate with the federal government? Okay.
Yeah, good luck, dude.
Damn, $8 a gallon. God
Yep.
bless Los Angeles.
You see that shit, dude? Oh my god.
Holy smoke.
How the fuck do they have the traffic they have at $8 a gallon?
Right?
I
I'm
would
telling
be
you.
walking.
I thought 240 was bad. Shit, I'm not going to complain.
Then wait till that second refinery closes down later this year. Because remember, California needs special gas that only California can have.
Boom. At an ambulance.
Yeah.
Get through.
The cops are facing the wrong way. The fire and the fireworks are coming from behind them. Why would you
Okay.
go out for a
Wait a
cruise
minute.
right now?
Is that the gas station they was all just at?
Looks like they loaded it and closed the light, turned the lights off, and yeah.
Yeah, it got dark there real quick. He saw them people massing outside. He said, fuck this shit, I'm closing.
Fuck this shit, smart guy, dude. You know what I mean?
Now look, don't you know there's a no burn order in effect for LA?
Seriously, I thought these people were worried about climate change.
I know. What about all the carbon dioxide? You know. Their carbon footprint, man. I'm hoping to see one. Like I remember, I thought they had one. Man, where was it? I'm trying to remember. Was it George Floyd or was it Michael Brown or which one? I remember right, but someone was starting a fire and they lit themselves on it. We're all dancing around with their own fire. That's what I'm waiting for. That's what I always like to see when they're so stupid they light themselves on fire.
Y'all know what I'm waiting for to happen to leftist protesters and 4 and 5th columnists? This is what No, this is what I'm waiting for.
Are you ordering me to fire into the crowd? Over? Yes, God damn it! Waste the motherfuckers! Sit down! Let's go!
That is what I'm waiting for the Marines to be deployed. All right, let's get the protest back up here.
Helicopters scare the shit out of me, dude.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, right? So that was posted. Like people are talking about like the Marine, the like what is it, 500 Marines on standby right now.
I don't know how many.
That's where that meme is from.
Yeah, helicopters scare the shit out of me. I just don't trust the spinning blade thing. I mean, I understand a rocket engine, you know what I mean, like that. But man, just the physics and stuff of a helicopter is just really weird.
He's like, I don't trust lift.
Yeah, not that kind of lift, not vertical.
I don't
Like not
trust science.
Yeah, I don't trust. I trust thrust more than I do vertical lift. You know what I mean? Like I'll take the thrust. You know,
I bet you will.
You mean
that did sound kind of bad, right?
That was actually a good one.
Someone should clip that. That would be
That's
wonderful.
actually pretty funny. Yeah.
Usually I'd be like, really nightish? Again, another gay joke, but that was pretty good, Chuck.
No, that was
been
good.
a while.
I gotta say. That was a good
You
one.
need to tell me the shape of this blade is supposed to keep me in the air? I don't know. I'm skeptical.
Cornelius, look at me. Pause.
Man, it done petered out.
Well, that's good. I mean, I hope it does. It's just, I mean, you know, but I
It'd
think maybe
make a great movie, you know. L.A. Burn.
It'd give the Marines some target practice.
Live fire exercise.
500 Marines are on standby, prepared to deploy. 29 Palms, California, which is about 140 miles east
yeah.
of Los
Oh, I thought
Angeles.
they were in Camp Pendleton. Okay, so they're in 29 Palms out in Palm Springs. Okay.
Yeah.
They'd be airlifted though in the Black Hawk. It would take them like 20 minutes.
2nd Battalion, 7th.
All right, look, maybe La Raza is not so bad. All right, maybe La Raza is not so bad. Latinos are stealing all the white men. There's a new trend on social media of Latinos posting, "I stole your job and your man," usually white. A case of Alejandro y La Raza or no? I mean, like, hey, look, all I'm saying is,
You can steal me anytime you want.
when I talk about immigration, hey, that's what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
the women can stay. I'm not talking about the
Yeah.
women. It's just the men that gotta go.
Yeah, we already agreed to this. Women are not allowed to vote or go to work, and we'll keep the Latinas.
Yeah, that's all good to me. Sounds good. I mean, because that's how it's always been through history. When they've conquered, like someone gets conquered or something, the men got to go. They either get exiled or killed, and the women get, integrated. So
Actually, Imperious, I am a modern I'm a modern bad boy and a red pillar, and I think that actually, I'm not closeted gay or anything. I actually think women are the bane of humanity and the bane of existence. Okay.
Well, and at the same time, I should have 8 wives by not being able to handle my own life or do anything myself, but I deserve 8 women.
Exactly. And if you refute this, you are a weak man, and you hate all men.
You're a
and
feminist.
secretly
You're a
gay.
feminist. You're a feminist. If you don't believe men should be given 8 women just because I'm a man,
Go ahead. No, finish that. We shit on the red pill around here.
it's just so stupid. It's just like it's Pendleton. That's what I said. Yeah, Pendleton.
Yeah, the what you call it? The what is it? 29 Palms is that prepared to deploy, and Pendleton is at high alert.
Cylinder of some kind.
By the way, these videos are from Yeti. Yeti and Lauren have been the real ones. They have been posting links all day. Everyone should give thanks to Lauren and Yeti. Mainly Lauren. Yeti's putting in work too, but it has been mainly Lauren.
I'll give Lauren her 12 inches a little
She must have had
later.
her sugar daddy send her those links. She's
And
a
while
hot
you're at it,
chick, come on.
While you're at it, don't forget to support the Griffno State. All links are posted. If you want, you can hit the super chat on my channel. But don't support the Griffno State. It needs supported.
Yeah, on my channel, if you super chat now within the next hour or so, there will be a free kitten giveaway. Also, I'm offering world peace.
Hey, remember, in the Griffno State, everyone is welcome, but everyone must pay.
Now the dumpsters are on fire.
That dumpster ablaze. So you now have 2.
You know what? This situation is a real dumpster fire.
Streets here in downtown LA, and LAPD.
The people who wear red plaid head wraps really make me sick and learn a little bit about 9/11.
Which one they want to
There's the drummer boy. It's drummer boy. He's still there.
You have this
Damn.
ablaze. You have another little cylinder there on the
He's
The little
singing to
drummer
the...
boy's been mad, and no one even messes with him or anything. He's just like, he's the morale behind their army.
Which one to tackle, because at least at this time they don't have the.
I wonder if a Civil War crime was aimed for the
one or the
drummer
other,
boy.
unless they really
Destroyed the morale.
Nah, man. We're not lucky enough to have a civil war.
Food, not bombs. You
to the
stupid.
north, there's another skirmish line to the south. You're going to have
You
these
like
2
that,
separate
Imperial?
kind of hot spots. These literal
Yeah.
hot spots.
Why don't we do like the Canadians and give them canned goods?
And the other one,
Just drop cans from a plane. See how that
So,
feels.
still, tensions rising high as
Spam.
individuals continue to set fires here in the downtown area.
I agree. If that's him drumming in the background that you can slightly hear, he is definitely not good.
That's why it's funny. He's just like this stoned out guy, like that's just wandering around drumming.
He's been going all fucking day.
Hey, don't hate on drummers. They march to the beat of their own drum.
In the greater Los Angeles area here.
I see what you did
and this
there.
is a scene at night. You have this Sunday night scene here in downtown LA. Not a lot of people holding, anti.
I like how at the end of the day, people just resort to.
Let's hear the media, what the media says. Well, let's hear what she says.
A tripod set up in the middle of the road with a camera as they're documenting this scene. And you can see just steps away from our beautiful City Hall building that is all lit up right there. As we pan across here and look at Southern California, again, reminder that the 101 freeway had been shut down today by the demonstrators, by the demonstrations, by law enforcement. And that, I'm guessing, Susan, we haven't checked back on the 101 to see if it's been reopened, but here you have another crowd gathered here at this Alameda point.
It's after
Well, check
9
back,
o'clock, and you
bitch.
see
Goddamn,
there
that's
some
important
kind of
information.
Dumpster, some kind of container that they were successful in being able to set ablaze.
Oh, shit.
I should also point out that
Oh,
one
shit.
of the
Wow.
five way
Oh.
Whoa.
What the hell?
Okay, so now we're doing.
He just drove through some shit.
In the
Oh,
intersection.
I thought it was under
And
attack.
someone throwing rocks. Okay, what's going on there? That looks very strange.
Wow.
Somebody. I don't know what to make of this. This seems so very dangerous.
He's saying fuck around and find out.
Obviously, these people throwing the rocks are not happy with that person there. I don't know if they felt this person was endangering them. This is a very bizarre
Wow.
scene there.
That's
and
a
why
lady.
that
Looks
person
like a naked
was doing
fat guy.
donuts like that in reverse.
driving
Was
crazy.
that
Oh my
person
gosh.
trying to send a
Damn, look at him go.
I'm telling you.
I think they busted his window out with a rock, and he may be
He's
injured.
driving erratically on purpose. I think that whomever threw rocks or whatever it was, yeah, he's having trouble controlling that car. Or has decided to go past.
Why is his
those
interior light
barricades
turned
there.
on?
This is basically the Alvera Street area, the plaza.
I'm just wondering.
That's convenient, isn't it?
Would go.
Susan, was this person trying to hurt?
I feel like
or
we're
endanger
about to witness
those that
something.
were in the streets there?
I'm waiting to see a hooker pop up. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Felt as if, yeah.
By the way,
this was somebody that was
everybody,
no.
It's a bet. He was trying to hit the protesters to make it all about the.
They almost hit
This
that
is very
person.
scary here. LAPD, FYI.
Every-
what's going on here with this driver.
everybody,
Is that a
FYI,
Whoa.
something's going on here.
Plaza area, Alvera.
He's not driving too good.
Get one of those. False flag, false flag.
Everybody on the Twitter, I posted a link to it. I posted a link to the Discord, the link to the stream, and the link to my channel. I showed you some love. I'm sorry if nobody has done that. Feel free to join if you are on the Twitter. If you want to come to the panel.
What if he goes back and tries to hit more of them?
Now he's flying down.
Well, I think did they do that damage to his car? He's probably angry.
Slamming on the brakes now. This is Cesar Chavez at Main Street, and there's so many
Yo,
people
look at it. He almost ran into a
walking
crowd of
around
people.
right now. I don't know if he's going to slow down before he gets to this barricade. You see some people running. We're a little bit blocked right now because we can't see what's going on the other side of that building. So I'm not sure if this.
Oh
guy
my
is
God,
gonna
he's
stop
driving in
or
reverse.
Continued on. Zoom back in. Left.
Holy
I think
shit.
that's him right there.
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Okay. Not him. So we just kind of
And
saw
what?
this
He's
out
now
of the
he's
corner
got a
of our
hold
eye.
of a dumpster trying to move it, but unsuccessful. So
This
now
looks
he's
like
gonna
some
get
real
back
life
in the
Grand
car.
Theft Auto
And
5.
by the way,
Like
I
he's
think I
all
saw
pissed.
some
I think he's
shattered
pissed
glass.
that the
I
people are
think
protesting
that,
and
the
like
agitators were
blocking
able
people to
to
work
throw
and
a piece
shit.
of
That's
concrete
it's
or what
Orthodox
have
guy.
you,
Yeah, there
hit
he
him,
is.
and he was able sorry.
Damn it.
I want to get to
Because then he was
work.
throwing things back out again.
Now y'all know what I was doing when I
That driver is
disappeared.
driving.
This is actually a lag in the
very
broadcast.
Scary. It
Oh.
looks like this person is a rogue person who is out of his mind. And look at the crowd.
Everybody's coming.
The fuck is he doing?
Oh my God.
Now he's going to do.
He is doing whatever the fuck he wants.
Wow. This is
He's
crazy.
doing God's work.
Well, they're coming after him again. They're coming after him again.
Everyone else is doing whatever the fuck they want. Why not? Why is it wrong when he does it?
Therefore, you're against us.
Well, look. I mean, the guy was doing donuts in reverse.
You see them two guys trying to get in this car?
He's been driving. It seems
I also
to be
posted the link to the Discord and all of the YouTube chat, so please join if you would like.
What the mindset is of this person. Is it someone who just lost their mind? They just don't care who they hurt. They're trying to make a statement or what?
Wait, where's Bumpkin?
Something that I'm surprised that
I've never seen this car guy and Bumpkin in the same place.
Very erratic.
Well, I mean, and we saw Bumpkin on the bike earlier, and
thanks to the fact that he's in a vehicle and the other people are on foot.
It's Joe Biden. Someone said Joe Biden.
And let's see what he's going to do now. Now we're basically, I believe, in the Union.
Hey, Harry, legs!
You almost hit that person? That guy hit
Union Station.
Did he hit his bike or he threw his bike?
Intersections, or stop signs.
Going through a stop sign.
Wow.
He's pissed.
There's no cops to respond to
I mean,
this.
to be fair, did you see how they damaged his car? I would be very
they were all throwing all the they were probably threatening him while he was back there and shit like that and blocked him in.
That's why the crowd.
I mean, he probably got his shirt torn off and everything. That's why he's shirtless, you know.
It wasn't necessarily
this man was probably attacked.
He continues to drive erratically.
And now the news is trying to make him the bad guy.
Not sure the mindset of this person here, but if they were,
well, maybe he's a brown shirt.
Out of the way, they're not leaving and getting out of the way in a normal fashion.
No, not at all. When he
only
left that
111.
intersection, it was sort of interesting the way he was wobbling.
111 finally snapped.
The car was in some way disabled, but no, that was
I've got him on
But he sideswiped a bicyclist. That's what got the rest of the crowd, those that were outside the vehicle against him.
If CT was live and he was on the panel and he was driving right now, I'd lose my
but
shit.
you got that high rise there, so it's going to be difficult
Is that
to
high
see
rise
the
on
vehicle.
fire?
I
no,
wonder if he had any idea that that he was being.
I'm sorry, my rural mind cannot process that many lumens.
Who knows what went down, how that happened, where a bicyclist was sideswiped? Was it?
Yo, this is crazy. So was he trying to run over the protesters?
I think he tried to after a while because he was like, dude, I think someone in the chat said something interesting. He might have been doing the donuts because he got knocked out and he was just spinning around. Like they might have been attacking him before we saw that.
No, they were attacking him first, and he was doing the donuts to try to back into them.
Oh, was
in
he?
Retaliation, yeah. But we didn't see what happened before that, though.
Wow.
I'm just saying, I'm rooting for the guy in the minivan.
Let's go, minivan, man.
Yeah, obviously, if this were a video game,
starts Grand Theft Auto 5.
Yeah, if this were a video game, we'd all be the guy in the video game.
We literally got real life GTA before we got GTA 6.
That's how fucking long it took to do GTA 6.
We're still going.
Oh shit! Did the news broadcast cut their broadcast of it?
He might be coming back.
They're chasing the van, guys. They're chasing him.
He's hauling ass, though.
The cops are on him now. The news helicopters are following him.
Bro, I cannot wait for in a world of passersby, stand up with your minivan.
In a Mazda, what is that? A Mazda, God, I forgot the name of it, but that really one that's an the MVP. Yeah, they're the most powerful
That's the
MVP.
thing too, those large ass gatherings in groups and shit. Anything could go down. Anything could happen.
This dude is the hero we need right now. Not the hero we deserve, but the hero we need.
Batman.
He's the Dark Knight.
Cesar Chavez, eastbound.
So fuck all the
driving, dude.
Fuck all the rock throwers and rioters, right? We have to focus on the man.
Hey, this one you can see kind of the side profile bit.
Yeah, let's get that license plate to make sure he gets held accountable.
License plate.
Yeah,
dude, that's a Honda. They ain't never going to get it to stop moving.
Remember, he will be held accountable.
This person's like he can hit somebody. He's almost hit people. I think he sideswiped
He did hit someone already. I think he already hit someone.
And then he was driving in
this
reverse.
Is Cesar Chavez. He appears to be northbound on Cesar Chavez on Gallardo Street, and
Cesar Chavez and Gallardo.
Underrated comment, Austin Murphy.
OJ.
The person in the minivan is OJ Simpson.
Purposefully hit other drivers, and that's the really scary part here.
New
We
character
are actually
unlocked.
switching out helicopters, so you're going to see my picture and the helicopter that I'm in get a little further away, and we have our other Air 7 on the scene as well, trying to locate this vehicle, but it is definitely a scary situation for anybody that's in
Cut said they probably took his parking spot, so he flipped out.
I was trying to get to work and now I can't. I have to walk 5 more steps.
So they're like getting ready in case this dude comes back.
It's
'cause I
about
don't
to
know,
be a mostly peaceful police chase.
right? This dude is hauling ass.
What if he's actually is on the protester? So that motherfucker, I've never seen a black guy cross the street so fucking fast. Is that the answer to when they slow down when they see you like waiting? Is that the answer? You just have to guess.
This dude's gonna kill somebody tonight. They
I'm
need to track
telling
him
you.
down.
I don't know. He's going to do something crazy, though, because I think he's doing this for attention. I think he saw all the news and he's like, fuck it, I'm going to crash out, dude. I just want to go out one last freaking hurrah, dude.
The freaks come out at night. I said it earlier, right? The freaks come out at night. Wow, this
Bro,
dude
he
is
is fucking zooming.
not even touching the brakes. Just he's gonna run that intersection.
He sure did.
It's a right on red, sir. But I can't wait for him to hit something. The minute he hits something, I'll be like, you can't park there.
Damn, yo,
God
you almost lost control of
damn.
the vehicle.
He's pissed those Taco Bell's
Right.
closed.
All the Taco Bell workers are out protesting today.
Trump's executive order.
People keep talking about like all the Hispanics doing walkout on fucking warehouses and shit, and like I'm sorry, I've not been disconvenienced by that at all. Like my packages have came on time. I just get annoyed that they don't get updated, so I don't know they're on the way. Because I don't want porch pirates to steal them.
And wanted to do a street takeover, but to do it in reverse, and then clearly to not be as a part of the demonstration that's going on right now. It seemed pretty obvious that he wasn't really a part of what is going on.
They were quite upset.
He wanted to object, or, you know, I don't think that necessarily means he was the police chief and the
Philip,
mayor.
this is better than
of Los
NASCAR.
Angeles. But regardless, don't know his state of mind. It didn't seem as if he's like, I'm with you guys.
Like
'cause
cruising the
instead,
USA, if you
protesters
remember that
started to
game.
throw rocks and concrete at him. And I believe it broke the window because then he started lobbing things back out of the car.
Is this the vehicle stopped? Like
stopped?
Yo, did you guys notice?
Dude, he's trying to ditch the vehicle and just run off, dude. It's like Grand Theft Auto, dude.
Got caught up. There he is, right there.
No, like the news just admitted that he was attacked. Yeah, we can hear you, American man. What's up, brother?
Did you guys notice when he went behind the building and he was idle there for like 5 seconds? There was a flashlight that blinked twice, pointing to the direction he should
Well, he
go.
takes out like an AR, dude, and starts firing at the helicopter or something, dude.
But
That would be
obviously the
fucking
guy
wild.
Pulled over, parked the vehicle in a normal fashion.
It
and
is
perhaps
Yo, you guys
suspicious.
didn't notice the flashing light telling him which way to go?
Dude, he's just way too
No,
calm,
it is
just
not.
puttering around and not do
Very
something
bizarre
ridiculous.
Indeed. So now he's
Oh,
gone
Lord.
into the back. What is he doing? He's pulling out. Oh, I just need to shake this shirt or jacket or something because now
Like
I'm going to
nothing. Like this guy didn't just almost
put
go
on
and
my
kill
jacket.
people on a
Meantime, he left
rampage.
the driver's side.
Is this
door
man?
open.
Is this man we're stream sniping? Is he
Oh, so
Hispanic?
He, you know,
They're
the
just walking
reason
off.
why, likely,
Because
they
he
Like
seems to
changed
really,
nothing,
that
bro.
out
This
he
is
seems to
is
really be
because
negating
I'm
the
pretty
fact
sure
that this
the
man's
window,
van was attacked.
on the driver's side was
Before he
broken.
started driving
At the
erratically.
police.
Left the door open. Oh no, getting into another vehicle.
Are you
Oh,
kidding me?
Right, so I'm
Interesting.
sensing this person has no, they're just opening car doors. Is this their vehicle?
So he was shaking out that jacket, I believe,
lights turned
because
on.
it was full of shattered glass from the window. But what is that?
Yo, this
so
dude is
that
lit.
car is on, and he
Yeah.
decided to open the door and throw
This
that jacket
man-
in. Meantime,
people
he
do
did leave
own
the
two
door open
vehicles
on the
in this
driver's
Cops
side,
to roll up on him.
Talking
approaching somebody.
Oh, cops roll up on him.
Oh, police.
Oh,
Okay,
police are
thank you.
involved. They
Police
are indeed
here.
aware and
Yo,
involved.
they got his ass. Woo!
Well, this is a good
Oh
thing.
yeah, man. They got the
were
erratic
watching
driver,
coverage
man.
here
They
at
can
Fox
arrest
11.
somebody as
We
long
had
as
it
you know
all.
he's held accountable,
So,
man.
police
Wow.
have
Not the
stopped this
protesters,
guy
He was
hiding
probably
behind the wheel of
attacked,
that
dude. That's what
second
I think he
vehicle,
had. He just
or
wanted to.
behind his
I think he
own
was just,
vehicle.
dude, in
Now they
panic
can
and
question
shock
him to
and
say,
shit,
trying to
dude.
get
who
the
are
fuck
you?
away.
And what
Yeah.
the heck were you doing?
What were
So
you
let's
doing? And
stop
now we
looking
have
at all the
Like he didn't know where these people were. He didn't know where to go, dude. He probably is actually an illegal or
East
something.
First Street, so just outside the downtown Los Angeles area. It's odd. He was not very.
This
he
shows
didn't
you the
resist
anarcho-tyranny in our
arrest.
country,
Didn't
by
seem
the
all
way.
that surprised
You see how
either. The
quickly they
police
can
suddenly
champ down
came
on
upon
one
him.
person
Meantime, the woman that
for
he
doing
was
something,
talking
but yet
to,
can't
police
stop.
are
You
saying,
can't
no, you need
manage
to
to
back
stop
up.
these
You need to back
protesters.
up. And she
Yeah,
looks like
yeah,
she's
this,
objecting
bro,
to all of
bro,
this.
this entire thing was.
Oh
was
shit! Is that Mama? That's his girlfriend.
No, she seems to be talking
This dude
with
couldn't
that
even get
officer.
away from a 2-star police chase,
Okay,
man.
they're
But
Sir.
meantime, he's like, everybody's got to
real.
back up. Everybody's got to back up.
Yeah. Well,
He looks like
again,
he's a sheriff's deputy, not a
Yeah,
not
absolutely.
LAPD.
Again, it's not an overly warm night to be on the streets like that in shorts with no shirt, and that behavior, you have to wonder about that behavior. Obviously,
I
some
don't know,
damage
being
to the
attacked
vehicle.
in your car.
Talking with people on our team who actually have a better viewpoint of this, he definitely did hit a bicyclist.
Hey, this doesn't
or
look
side
planned
from a
to any of
bicyclist
you
in some
guys.
fashion, hoping
That's
No,
what I was
it
saying.
looks-
Remember,
it
I
looks
said
like
he's a
chaos,
plan.
bizarre behavior of doing
Dude,
those
go back.
donuts
Listen,
in
Dude, what a
reverse.
go
night,
back.
bro. What a night.
Go back to when he was between the buildings. The
All right, should we go
person,
back to,
there was
to
someone in the
Matthew
shadow
Seedorf
that
and
hit
see
the
what the
flashlight
situation
twice
is near City
in the
Hall.
direction he should
You
go
see a
because
lot
he didn't
more
know
sheriff's
which way to
deputies
go.
There,
in
there
that
is
skirmish
too
line
much to
there,
cover to be going back, so we can just go back on the stream later
we
or
have been
discuss it at a
watching
later
as
date.
more
If there's too much,
have
coverage to be
arrived on
going over,
scene.
be trying to
That's
go
in part
back
to
for every little
relieve the
detail.
LAPD.
Yeah, we gotta
Nobody was
stay in the
Some of
moment because
their
we don't know.
officers,
Everything's
I'm sure,
changing
have
too
been
quickly.
working long
Yeah,
hours.
nobody
to
got
respond,
hurt, so it's a shitty false flag if
some
it is a false
helicopter
flag.
resources and
But he
Well,
didn't
it's
seem
not
like he was
me.
trying to hit
still
people. He
seeing
could have hit
fireworks
people
go
directly.
off as well.
Oh, here.
So
He only had a
Let me
3-star
just show you
one.
real
He
quick
should've
for
put
those
it
that
in the
missed
cheat
it. I just
code.
want to kind of show this dude.
Now remember, none of those people who are doing
ABC
any of
short.
this were arrested by police or fucking.
That's what I'm
held
telling
accountable.
you. What?
Yeah, none of them.
They're
But
all
the
fine.
white
but him,
guy who drives erratically, they crack down. That's crazy.
That's how you know all that was planned, bro.
we saw during the day.
Are you
This
talking
guy. This is
about-
where it happened. This is where it
What
happened.
thumbnail are you going to use? Lol.
Dude starts revert. Right, I know.
But he's a bad guy, right? Because you know they started throwing bricks at his shit.
Yeah, it did get out of control
He was trying to hit them.
with the overpass on Spring Street.
They're throwing bricks at him.
He
You
was
dumb
reversing. Look at this shit. These people are ballsy
Out
too,
of
though.
control with the overpass on Spring Street, with the CHP vehicles, with the Waymo
Hispanic
vehicles,
man
as you said.
glosses over the
Dude.
fact Hispanic riders are throwing rocks at a
What we're
motorist.
seeing now
Crazy.
are- These are anarchists.
It's crazy,
These are
dude.
not law-abiding citizens. These are people that want to cause problems. And
There
they
goes the
come
windshield.
Look at all
together
this shit they're
to
throwing at this car.
Wow.
And then he takes
as you're
off.
saying that, we're watching somebody who was.
Oh, now you notice. Now you notice
in
they're
that
attacking his
intersection.
car. It's crazy.
A man driving through without a shirt.
thought it was a
on
shirtless
with
woman
this
at first.
minivan. Not sure what
Yeah,
his
that-
intentions were
that was
or what's
definitely
going on there,
planned.
but
All
this
them
guy's taking
circles
off
and
at
all
a
of
high
that.
rate of speed. And you know, there's people out in the streets right now. We don't know.
Because
if he
you
was,
know
angry
that
at
this
the
man is
protesters
probably
or
just
part of the
trying to get
protesters.
home.
We
Somebody's
just
had
don't
it. Somebody's
know.
fed up with this
But there's
shit.
so many people out walking around the streets, law enforcement officers, other people that are out there.
Yeah, and then this dude at one point, let me see, starts driving
Throwing
reverse.
things at his vehicle, don't know. But this is, if we this guy's.
He could end up being the face of this whole thing.
Aware of this crap street back to where that block is in Main Street. Slow down before he gets to this barricade. You see some people running. We're a little bit blocked right now because we can't see what's going on the other side of that building. So I'm not. That's him right there. Back at the racing, maybe it's Brad. Because there's just so many pedestrians running around, so many
crazy.
people with their phones out. This guy's already hit multiple things. You see the bumper damage.
They're trying to
almost
run after
hitting
him,
that
too.
vehicle head
Look at
on,
them. They're
and
trying to
people
get
are
his
continuing
ass.
to throw
Hey,
rocks at him.
can I
This
ask
is
a question?
Alameda
Why
and
of
Caesar
all
Chavez.
people
I think
is
that
to get
guy
run
was
over
trying
in
to
the
go up to
process?
the driver's door.
Look at this
Or
shit.
people
Everybody's
throwing
getting his
things at
ass,
the
throwing
vehicle.
all kinds of
Again,
shit at him.
We don't know the
You guys
connection
realize
this
that? Why of
This shit is
people
crazy.
see
His
the
protest,
target.
if any, if he was just in the area and got upset, or if somebody may have hit the vehicle and that sparked him. But this appears to be an individual that is upset, is unstable.
Damn, yo.
A bullet in the door.
And then he
Even
pauses.
he backs up. Oh my God! Up fast.
Oh yeah, let's see this.
He's hitting the gas pedal hard. There are people out in front of.
Oh,
my
no.
God!
Oh,
Yo, oh, so he was about to hit that guy, and he scared the shit out of the guy. I think the guy fell off the bike. Look at this.
People out in front of.
Oh,
my
no.
God.
Oh, and then he turned it back. He could have hit him, but he decided not to.
No,
Seems
I
like
thought
he
he was
turned
going
it
to
back.
hit the motorcycle.
Maybe
like
there's
he was
damage
aiming
to the
for it.
steering column with all the bricks and shit
Yeah.
they were throwing.
Yeah.
Not
Okay,
just
right,
that,
let's
but
see what's
he
going on
might have been
live.
trying
That
to turn
was
right. I don't.
nuts. Oh, God.
And the smoke
Oh,
can
it's a
be
fire.
quite helpful in trying to disperse a crowd. Wow.
Yeah, those flashbangs are really loud. The smoke is very.
It's got to be
successful. And we
embarrassing
did see
for
an alert
LA
from
too. You know what I mean?
LAPD that
Everyone's watching
essentially,
this.
all the agitators at this point have split off into separate groups around downtown LA. It was warning people in the area to be careful of those agitators and possibly causing damage in the area.
They need
the
him
sheriff's
to be the
department was
story
called
so
in
they can
here to
avoid
assist with
all
the
the cop
LAPD
cars and
outside
everything
of
that's
City
been
Hall,
set on
as there
fire.
were protesters that were trying to barricade themselves on this street out front of City Hall. As right now we're following the skirmish line.
I bet if
they're trying to
EAE
push
saw
the
that Lowe
protesters
was in
further
there,
back.
he'd excuse her because she's
You
light
can see the
skinned.
fire
You know what I
still
mean?
going on as well.
We don't know that. We don't know where the original damage came from. By the way, Forging thought you weren't the one to notice it. You do have a bunch of barricades, and we also didn't see until he started doing circles what happened. When he started doing circles is when the video is pretty much when the video is.
Where this is happening. And
Oh,
then
that
that's
is
First Street where
bright
all this is
colored.
taking place. So the protesters essentially
So they're
got
protecting
pushed
the City
back
Hall.
about an hour ago, and now they're coming back this direction. The sheriff's department is
Take
trying
City
to hold
Hall.
the line and firing those non-lethals. Look at this. I mean, I don't know if you can hear that.
Yeah, we can hear it. Well, it makes sense.
Flash.
They would want to keep the crowd away from City Hall and hold that line and push them back, and hopefully people will disperse as the night goes on and they get tired and they, call it a day.
take City Hall.
This
it is quite a
Michael
scene.
Gambatti,
Just
this
listen
pride
in for a
parade is
minute
getting out of
here
hand.
as you show us the scene.
Wow. And by the way,
before you ran out of
flashbangs,
meth.
have
Live,
a
love,
tail, and
live
you can
life
see them
full
fly through the
27,
air, but they
24/7.
don't
Thank you so much for the
explode
20.
into fireworks like what we just saw. It was almost as if an agitator had decided,
you, Chrissy,
oh,
for the
I'm going to
5.
answer your flashbang with this
Thanks,
green
smiling
firework.
face, for staying
Bulldog
on.
family, thank you for the
Notice
5.
that, Matthew.
Minivan lives matter.
We just had a flashbang go off very close to us. My left ear is ringing from it. They're making us push back a little bit. Right now, it's hard to distinguish what is fireworks and flashbangs because we're seeing a little bit of mixture of both. Very close to LAPD headquarters, though, just for reference, here outside of City Hall, where this is taking place. And there's also just an immense amount of traffic. I mean, people. You think about what time it is, 9:30 on a Sunday night. All the cars in the area, there's the massive scene taking place. Not normal at all.
I think there's a big looky-loo factor, and people want to get their Instagram video or their shot or to witness things and live it through things that are happening, experiencing things. But really, if you don't need to be in downtown LA, this is an area to
Look at all these people just trying to go live their lives, do this shit.
But right now,
All the cars and shit just trying to do their fucking thing. Oh, then you got Mexican flags. There you go. Imperious is right again.
It is quite a statement, quite a shot. And if I'm watching from another part of the country, whether I've been to Los Angeles or not, whether I know LA well or not, it is quite a visual to be watching this.
The more the older you get, the more you see, the more my madness makes sense. You know what I mean?
On fire when in fact it's just
California
this,
ran out of meth. That's why they are called angry and violent.
Really, when
Dude
you're
hit
talking
his
about
last fit before he got
where these
arrested too
agitators
hard.
are. They're not even anywhere close to LA Live or SoFi State. I'm sorry, Crypto.com Stadium. They're farther north.
Yo, who wants to make
gotta get that sponsorship name right.
Yo, who wants to make a dollar bet
I was
with
thinking
me
back because just a few hours ago we were
that tomorrow
inside
on
City
the
Hall.
news, all
We had
we'll
a
see
press
is
conference
that
with LA Mayor
is that
Karen
police
Bass,
is
and
that
while we were
guy,
inside the press
and we'll
conference,
see
you could
none
hear
of this
those
on the news
flashbangs
tomorrow.
going off while we're
Yeah,
interviewing.
he could become the
inside
whole
the
face of
protest
this.
taking place outside. Pretty eerie feeling with that, and now just standing out here in front of City Hall and seeing what's taking place, it's
This might be where they regather and go after like City Hall or something.
Bruh, is that a taco truck?
To show us really how close you are to
Look
City
at those
Hall.
banners.
If you
Look at all the
back on the words
flags
of
and
the
stuff. I'm
mayor
telling you, man.
And how she described what she was seeing
Everyone
with the
participating in this,
and
even in the
saying if there's no
drive-by
place for
protest, should be
violence or
stripped of their
unrest. Talk about
citizenship.
that. as we look at
And
our
or
beautiful
deported,
building all
if
lit
they're
up in
illegal.
colors.
And yet you still got to have that
and then
troon
we have
colored
this
on the
contrast with
building. You know what I
the
mean?
colors of a scene of chaos downtown.
This is democracy manifest.
Yeah, the mayor was saying that there's
Don't
no
touch
place
my
for
penis.
violence. She was condemning the violence and says that it needs to stop. She was also blaming
succulent
the
Chinese
Trump
meal.
for what was taking place after
Take your hands off my penis. Take your hands off my penis, sir. Why would you grab my penis?
Right now,
You
again, the
I can see your
flames.
Oh, you know your judo
It
well.
looks like there's a pretty significant crowd on the other side of the street there. And at this point,
Great illusion with
I mean,
the
I don't know if you want to call
taco
this a
truck
standoff.
placement.
So Trump said, apparently, like I guess about 15 minutes ago, looking really bad in LA. Bring in the troops. Uh-oh. Are they coming? And when I say are they coming, the Marines, because they had made a thing earlier saying that they're ready to go. Oh, Lord.
Exactly. So it was a weekend of celebration.
Yeah, they bring the Marines in. The Marines will use forcible crowd control. That means they'll baton everybody. They'll just go and start batoning people.
Trump also said arrest the people in face masks now.
my thing is like, what do we do about the Hispanic element in the military?
Bring in the
that's
troops.
supporting
What do you
this?
guys think?
From agitators.
Yeah, but I mean, there are some, but even the, I'll say this, the Hispanic, remember, most of the Border Patrol who deport other Latinos are Latino. Most of the Border Patrol is Latino.
That moved up to Compton and then eventually into the downtown area. They're not that far away from.
Maybe that's why there's so many easy border crossings.
Or the building that we were focused on a lot.
No,
last night,
they're the
which
ones
was
that are
the
complaining.
MDC,
Remember, the Border Patrol Union was the
Detention
first
Center,
one to support
also
Trump.
known as a federal building where a lot of the federal agents were housed.
Yeah, but that's the white administration.
It's human nature. It's human nature. When you have something, you want to close the door after you get in, so nobody else gets it.
Of the MDC was because that the agents felt threatened by the protesters that were outside of right next to on Alameda.
Matthew, as we see that white smoke,
please like, share, and
canisters
subscribe
of
on this video in support for Griffno State. Everybody is welcome, but everybody must pay.
Yeah, it looks like they're
the cash
using
apps
some
for the
sort
panel hosts are in the ticker. Just choose and support whoever you want to send it to. Thank you very much. Thank you for everyone who has donated today. This is kind of.
You just see like a Leroy Jenkins with like a Mexican flag come running at the line, the cop line.
But it looks like the deputies kept firing those little pepper pellets, pushing them out.
Yeah, those pepper balls are pretty potent as well.
Pepper balls.
That was the accusation lobbed at the federal agents, the ICE agents in Paramount, was that long before at least the demonstrators felt it was necessary, they were starting to shoot pepper balls.
Well, so that was the demonstrators think they're the rioters. Of course they're going to be against the people who are against them.
So now it's LAFC.
I have this morning show. The morning show got me 300 watch hours.
Too close to tear gas. Are you affected at all?
You have less than 700 hours to go for monetization.
We must be down or upwind because we're not getting impacted here.
This will probably get you a good amount too, dude.
They told us to put on those masks.
How many viewers do you have? Over 100 still?
Off at this point because we're all right.
It's 154.
Okay, good. That's good.
Jeez, dude, it's just gone up. So
distributed between Bumpkin's Twitter, my YouTube channel, Bumpkin's YouTube channel, Denizens, and Angry
as well.
Yeah, looking here, we'll zoom in. Looks like you can see the crowd walking the other direction.
Oh, sure.
There's still something on fire. Something's on fire in the middle of the street there. You can see some people on bikes and lots of cars going by.
End of times.
But it looks like the main crowd, dozens of people, maybe more than 100 going the opposite direction now with the Sheriff's Department here holding the line outside of City Hall.
Yep, absolutely. But that fire continues to burn. So they were successful in getting something flammable on that, what would you call that, a bonfire or what have you. All right, now we're looking from Skyfox. I'm not 100% sure where Skyfox is now. There's a wider picture. Is that the area near
A10
Beaudry,
Warthog
near the LA School Bureau? Quite sure, but you see, this does look like a few protesters that are holding signs up to law enforcement, and there's quite a few police officers, and now they're creating a stronger, what I would consider a, when I say stronger, what I mean is more officers in that skirmish line. And that's unusual. I see a guy there with a backpack, and I'm wondering whether or not that backpack has some kind of substance that allows for him, instead of shooting tear gas, perhaps
there. Do you
he
guys
can
notice
just
that?
spray somebody with some kind of chemical, or like a tear gas kind of situation. Do we know where this is? Can we get some direction on what intersection this is? Is that the same overpass where we had focused a lot of our attention earlier today when the 101 freeway was blocked? Because I saw a little peek of what looked like
it looks like it
the
almost
101 freeway.
I'm not quite sure where it is, but obviously police are wanting to make some kind of stand there for some reason. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's the freeway right there to the right. Ah, okay.
And it's still stopped down. There's no traffic going through there. And this was an area that they were concerned about, at least earlier, because that is where a lot of people had stood on that overpass and alongside the 101 freeway, and they were lobbing pieces of concrete or cinder block over the side. Those were the bad actors. Those were the agitators. Now there seems to be a smaller group of people that are holding signs which suggests that they are true protesters.
I was just thinking. Someone said they got flamethrowers. What if the police and National Guard like whipped out a fucking tear gas like flamethrower thing, or instead of throwing flames, it just sprayed tear gas at people? That would be hilarious.
Do you remember the beginning of Lethal Weapon 4?
Going up that street or down that side
in LA, where the guy had the suit on, like the metal suit on with a flamethrower and an M16. Do you remember that?
A certain direction.
Should watch that intro.
They were going back, like you said, to that freeway area, and they wanted to make sure that there was no more disruption.
Look up like
now, there's
Lethal
no
Weapon
reason
4
for them to be
start or
lobbing
something.
things down below the 101 freeway unless they want to hit passenger cars, because the vehicles are all gone now. The CHP was able to get their vehicles out. So this is the part that it would be great if we had a police strategist who could explain to us, okay, so you're blocking the way to the Hall of Justice, basically. The next street over, I believe, is the Hall of Justice. You're blocking the way to go back up to or south.
Video of the guy
but
in the van.
meantime, it doesn't appear to be blocked to the area which is the overview, the overpass over the 101 freeway.
Oh, what's that? Oh, wow.
Oh, that is always something that people have to be wary of, because that means that
by the people who posted those videos, by the organization who posted those videos, it's heavily copyrighted, so I'm not going to bother.
That's interesting. Not sure what we just witnessed there. Okay, again, we are.
Want to see that again? I want to see that again.
Send the Marines. Those are illegals taking over a city.
Way to go, basically. The next street over, I believe, is the Hall of Justice. You're blocking the way to go back up to or south. But meantime, it doesn't appear to be blocked to the area which is the overview, the overpass over the 101 freeway.
Oh, they shot a laser on his ass.
Oh, that
he took off running.
Something that
boy took off running. I guess he was trying to be slick and sneak up on the cops. I don't know what he was going to do. They put a laser dot on his ass. He ran.
Boy, that motherfucker was about to get
so they
domed.
were in a different kind of uniform than I didn't expect. Yeah, like a dark black,
like an LAPD,
navy blue. So people were confusing them with LAPD. Regardless, let's just call them law enforcement. The point is they are there to keep the peace, and right now, sadly, this is not peace.
So we are back right outside of Los Angeles City Hall.
All right, boys, I got to sign off for the night. But good stream. I'm going to leave it on the watch so that you get the hours.
And you can see the remnants of the crowd that was there earlier.
Have a good one, boys.
You have a good one. Thank you for coming through, Imperius.
They're just letting that fire burn itself out. The larger crowd has been dispersed. although it looks like some are coming back to that fire pocket there. And there you go. They're going to fire some more non-lethal weapons to disperse those who are returning. Again, you have vehicles there, the public driving through.
Whoa.
The public or other people that want to be in the general vicinity.
This is from Denison. While I disagree with the premise, it is very hilarious. Antifa, Genie, I want you to make all the fascists disappear. You know, wishes my command.
LOL.
Then we got some more on the ground footage for when this gets boring from you, Denison, as well. So we'll play that in a little bit.
Image of some sort.
Somebody was able to put some kind of like light projection onto the wall. So the good news is
not
turn that
permanent.
off.
Yeah,
it's not permanent, but it was also an obscene message. I should point that out. Okay, Skyfox taking a look around. So those auto dealers, if I'm not mistaken, are
Patriot Hall there, I believe.
Yeah, so south.
I'm gonna read this out. I'm gonna read this out. This is also from Denison, but it is a post from Telemundo. I'm just kidding. It's not Telemundo. I can't pronounce that. Telemundo, I believe, is on Twitter. It says new footage shows a aggressively maneuvering his vehicle in an attempt to fend off individuals attacking him. There are also unconfirmed reports that he may have been brandishing a firearm during the confrontation.
There's a fight. There's a fight. There's a fight.
But
oh,
I
shit.
beating
Fight
his
break out.
ass.
Fight break out. Oh, no. The protesters fighting protesters.
Hopefully this will end quickly.
Let's
they
go.
will break up these people.
American man.
Okay.
We don't know what
Yeah,
happened.
no, I
there,
want
but,
more.
and
Yeah,
the fight
yeah.
continues. Other people are in the car trying to
And let
stop
the hate
person.
flow through you.
But he's strong. He keeps going. But there are people
Use your
trying to
anger.
Keep him back. Which goes to tell you that there are some people there that are trying to protest on message.
Oh,
wow. Okay, and then there are others who are.
That guy might have. Maybe he just wanted to get through, and then there were words.
No, it wasn't words. They grabbed him off.
Of a car, they're caught in the middle of the traffic there,
and they're Hispanic.
Let's hope that everybody is safe. And
Like
again,
literally, that's what
looks
happened.
like they are part of what's going on there.
They got the hazard lights on, so they're stopped.
And you
yeah,
see,
so
like, the SUV, there are people hanging out of the
Come
SUV
on, I
there.
want someone just
It
to
looks
barrel
like,
through there.
Not the
Well, the Vanguard tried, but he fucked it up.
This movement
We gotta
down the
spice
street
this
here.
up a bit,
Others,
man.
I'm sure,
Come
are
on.
looky-loos here. But it is Sunday night. It's coming up on 10 o'clock at night, which really could be very late night in some cities, but not necessarily in LA. We can be a late night town for certain people who don't work the next day, or it's an industry town that works different hours and different shifts.
Typically
Or they're
around
passionate
1
about the
o'clock
cause,
Eastern
no
is
matter
when
how
stuff
misguided.
kind of starts fizzling out.
Or passionate about the cause. Period.
So like they said, it's only 10 o'clock. If it gets to be about 12, 1
but if you're destroying
o'clock,
property and you're hurting officers,
they're not going to be doing anything.
That is not acceptable. And both the governor, Bill Asaley, the mayor, they've all said the same thing. Nathan Hochman, the DA, the police chief, they've all said the same thing, that if you are going after officers, destroying property, damaging buildings, etc., those are all prosecutable.
If they tried this crap where I live, the rednecks would handle them before the cops even showed up long.
All of those
No, the fuck they would not. The rednecks
down
would cuck
and
just like
prosecute them to the fullest
everybody
extent of the
cucks.
law, including
Every time
DA says he will
something
consider
happens,
filing
everybody
felony
cucks. Nobody
charges,
does
and of course
anything
you
about
could
this shit. That's why it's
find
still going
yourself
on. That's
up
why it's getting
against
worse.
Federal charges as well.
Try that in a small town. I won't actually do
exchange
shit. I
for
just want to
the local
posture.
So again, we have our Skyfox right now over downtown LA. Where
No,
we've been
Noel,
witnessing
sweetheart, I'm
pockets
not going to
of-
let you up on my channel because you are mentally handicapped and have a penchant to show your breast, and I do not take advantage of those people, darling. I'm even going to kick you off the panel. No offense, but you have a good one. Thank you for coming by.
book page, etc.
Sorry about
They
that,
watch
y'all.
from other parts
I'm
of
not
the
trying to be
country,
mean, Noel. I
other
just don't
parts
want
of
that
the
over
world.
here.
We are
It's
streaming
weird to hear another
on the
person
Fox
acting
local
like
app
an
is another
adult
place to
male.
always find
That's how
us
fucked up
and
the
our
world
coverage.
is.
So we are trying to bring people
She just
information
popped
that
up in the back, and
is
I'm
relevant
not
to them
trying to insult
locally,
her
but
for having
also if you
autism,
have
but
no
I also
perspective
don't want her showing
as
her
to
breast,
where
nor
this
do I want
is,
anyone to
we
accuse
want to give you
me
that
of
perspective
allowing
as
that
well.
shit to
So
happen over here.
downtown Los
Right.
Angeles here is where you're seeing these protesters, these demonstrators, these crowds of people still late night out there, out in the streets. Not sure where they're marching to or just marching, just staying out
Luckily,
late.
she left. I didn't have to kick her. I don't
But
want
we're
to be
going to
mean.
continue to follow it here on Fox 11. Our newscast
Oh,
is
I'd
normally
love to.
at 10
I'd
p.m.
love
so
to
we've
see
been
those
on
flags in a
since
pile burning.
earlier this
6:30,
evening.
almost
Blown.
7:07.
And
But I'm
we'll
not
have
gonna say.
probably more of a recap.
So the city of
Just the
Glendale just
flags?
released something about over an hour ago, and it says after careful consideration, the city of Glendale has decided to end its agreement with U.S. Homeland Security / ICE to house federal immigration detainees.
When you're born
they're
into this
attacked. You saw
world,
that?
you're
They
given
threw
a
the
ticket to the
they
freak
threw a
show.
bicycle at that car.
If you're born in America, you
Look
get
at
a
that.
front row seat.
Cop
George
car.
Carlin.
Woof! Did you look at the trying to get that car?
Oh, are the police going to
Any
descend
law
upon this
enforcement, it's up
law
for grabs. Look at
enforcement
this shit.
agents?
Ooh, dangerous.
Are they going to arrest the cop for barreling through?
Trying to get out of there, man? The people want to
This is
hurt
what-
you.
Did he just say that that place is deciding to
Adventure, thank
end
you for the
their?
5. When you were born into this world, you're given.
Yeah,
a ticket.
Glendale.
Yeah, they're not going to allow the they're not going to allow
When you're born into
detainees
this
to be
world, you're given
hosted
a
in their
ticket
jails.
to the freak show. If you're born in America, you get a front row seat. George Carlin.
Woody, we will. I guess we will
Wow.
check that out in a minute. I guess I'm soloing
Street
this
takeover.
again.
So yeah, the city of Glendale basically said that they're ending their agreement with Homeland Security and ICE to house federal immigration detainees. This local decision reflects
Thanks
our
for
core
showing
values,
this.
public safety, transportation, or transparency, and community trust. Wow. Everybody's scared. Everybody's running.
What's fucked up?
300
Day 3
troops?
of these anti-ICE protest
That's it?
tests.
If the cities and
President Trump
towns will
deployed
not help
300
the
National
government
Guard troops.
exercise the law,
Law
Oh, Lori.
enforcement used
that
tear
means
gas
that
and
they
rubber
have to
bullets.
do stuff
Thank you for the
Protesters
20.
for calling
and throwing
Appreciate that. Thank you for the
fireworks and
support.
into the
cement,
military
and
or
Governor
the
Newsom,
National Guard
he
and
calls
then
this a
remove
serious
people.
breach of
If
state
you won't work with
sovereignty
law enforcement, that's
because
the only
of the
other
National
option.
Guard troops that were deployed. We
Ooh,
did
look at
hear from
this.
a retired captain who felt as if that the National Guard was there.
This cop messed up. This cop might have messed up. He's
I
in the
take back what
wrong
I
place
said.
at the wrong
There's only
time.
300 National Guard.
Let's see what happens here. Wrong place.
This shit could go
wrong
bad
time.
quick.
Nah, he
Throwing
didn't
stuff at
mess
the
up.
car.
I think they purposely
He's trying to
want
get
the
out.
cop to be harmed.
Here. He's getting hit
Something on top of
by
the car.
objects,
Hold on.
another object, a bottle of water. Yeah, he's going to just have to move out of this area, and it looks like he's cleared the main group, so he made it through that gauntlet, and now they're
Man.
moving back here towards Pico, I believe this is, and going to be taking over that intersection, it looks like.
The wave. Can't stop the wave, I guess. They're on to
Yes,
the next
they
area.
can.
The wave of people, mass migration of protesters.
The wave of our rights being taken away. Look at it, boys. Relish in it. All these dumb spics are going to be the reason, and the dumb white liberals are going to be the reason our rights get taken away.
Hey, Sam. Hey, Sam, sorry I had to turn you down.
Can't argue with
What's going
that.
on?
Chat, do y'all want me to start switching? Do y'all want me to switch to someone else, or are y'all enjoying this stuff?
Yeah, about 10-15 or so.
This I believe this guy's getting a little bit too boring. So I'm gonna mute him up, and we're gonna go to another cam. He said this is Portland Andy. This is from Woody. Thanks, Woody. We're gonna watch some of this.
Portland Andy. Andy, no.
No, it's I'm not sure who Portland Andy is. I don't think that it's Andy. No.
No, yeah, that's definitely not Andy. No. No, he's got too much stuff.
Yeah,
Can't see shit.
Units are in a plain vehicle.
That guy's all over the place.
Here's a dude live on the street.
Oh, what a night! I stole my grandma, put her in a cell. Living in Mexico is truly hell. I don't want to go back there. Oh, I don't like ICE or Donald Trump. He's not my dude. Hey, Moral offensive, stop singing.
Please.
Guys, I'm just trying to keep my spirits up. The Mexicans have their music. I have my music. Oh, one night. Oh.
Hello.
I'm just trying to get back to my car, man, you know? It's like walking.
Yeah,
What a
follow her.
nightmare.
She knows where it is.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll get there eventually.
I'm liking that view. I ain't gonna lie.
We will get there eventually, folks.
That's Mexico's most
How
powerful
you guys
weapon
doing
right
tonight?
there.
Enjoying the protests? Beautiful night in Los Angeles. Oh, you just came out of the bar? Get a little drinking in, do a little riding. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it,
Do a little
folks.
drinking in, do a little
That's
riding.
the way to do it. Keep the party flowing, keep the booze a pumping here tonight. Oh, I've got a lot of Mexicans on the street, moving their feet, and they're really mad, 'cause ICE is gonna make them go back to Mexico.
What?
That guy is
that guy.
that guy is quite humorous because we have a press conference from the LAPD police chief from an hour
Here we
ago.
go. Oh, we saw that already, didn't we?
Did we watch this already?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you. First of all, I know it's a very, very busy time. Thank you all.
They were like, we made 10
tonight,
arrests.
allowing us the
Go fuck
opportunity to
yourself.
brief the public. We'll continue to support.
Okay. I guess I'll put it back on veto.
There.
Yeah, don't that guy sound like what's
I have not walked this. I'm trying to remember the last time I walked more than a mile.
trolling?
Why did the FF gift bundle spike? Because people realize the bundle contains a set of 2 promo cards that are not contained in any other product. Which they somehow forgot to tell us. You got 2 screenshots of me on Fox? Hell yeah, dude. Dude, the chopper's right overhead. Oh, something must be about to go down. Something's going down. Guys, get those super chats in, IRL. We could be doing this nightly, guys. This could be nightly. Vito could just drive somewhere stupid, walk around, and entertain you idiots. But you gotta get those super chats in. How's it going tonight, ladies? Hey! Look at
That guy's partying during the apocalypse.
He just said I fucked the shit out
I like the vibe.
I mean, what else is he to do, guys? Let's be real.
If the horses are leaving, then I think everything calmed down over here. Look at these damaged cars right here.
Horseback really necessary.
City Street's taking off. We're just gonna follow the horses and call it a night, I think.
Well, if he's gonna call it a night, I guess we'll go to someone else.
Not really doing much of anything other than that fight that we saw and the two LAPD officers that came through. The crowd at this point, they're moving relatively peaceful northbound, and we'll see if they try to go back all the way up to the 101 freeway or not. It might take them a while to get there, but we believe that this is a group that broke off, that fractioned off from the main crowd that was up by the 101 freeway and City Hall. So again, very peaceful, very slow moving, and lack of any kind of LAPD officers. For the most part, just one
Trump made several posts on I guess that's True Social or whatever his social media thing is. Arrest the people in face masks now. Looks really bad in LA. Apparently Trump is being accused of escalating the situation. And there's been an update from NBC. 56 people in total have been arrested.
It should be 5,600.
Yeah.
Right, and look, just cram them all in the cells and leave them there for 48 hours.
You don't see these guys every day.
Simon Des, Sky 5, do you want us to stay with this group or just back? Thank you, copy that.
Stuttering John for president. The crowd is moving.
I was muted, my bad. I got something I want to share with you, gentlemen. What kind of American are you?
Hey! Hey, guys!
Has anybody on the panel seen this movie?
happening?
It's really kind of an ass movie.
I don't think so.
I guess there's some kind of
We
misunderstanding
skipped
here.
past this part for obvious reasons.
The university campus there,
It is a movie. It's
They
called
started a new
Civil War
program. They are reopening the school, which is it's a real feel-good story. And I guess we all need that, right?
What about you? Where are you from?
Tell him, Jesse.
Missouri?
Missouri? It's a show me state, right?
Yes.
needless violence. But it's the what kind of American are you? That's where you get the meme from.
Not all coming southbound, but for now, there's the traffic behind the group, and they're not willing to get out of the street. They're staying right in the middle of the street, so those cars that are behind them are going to be blocked for some time.
It is like an objectively shitty movie.
We were just down the street from City.
I mean, it's got its moments, but it's overall shitty.
You?
Like that movie is funny because he asks like a bunch of like foreigners what kind of American they are, and he like dispatches the people from China that is like, I'm an American. And then there's a scene where a sniper has some coalition forces pinned down. And they're trying to try. It's got its moments, but overall, it's an objectively shitty movie. Somehow, California and Texas are on the same side in the Civil War, in that universe as well. That's wild to me.
You're gonna walk it over there? All right, take care, man.
La policía.
Montequilla.
La migra.
La amiga es cara.
There's a manhunt in Tennessee. Itching.
Shit was loud as shit. Alright, see, I don't think this shit at City Hall. Looks like all the cops they're planning to move over by where the gas station where we were. That was a Storm from LA County Unleashed. Follow her on Instagram.
La policía, what they doing?
You have a brother named Daryl? Bro, you look exactly like somebody I know. Exactly. I thought it was you, but him, but you had a text. Son?
American man, Woody wants to know what kind of American are you?
Kind that'll blow your brains out if you ask me again.
Jesus Christ. All right, it's getting to be very late. Snowman, are you here? Going once, going twice, 3 times. All right, it's getting very late, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning for me. I've been streaming most of the day, at least since like 9 o'clock this morning. And if not, I've been dealing with family stuff. I'll do an extension up to an hour and a half, but it's $5 for 30 minutes, $10 for an hour. I'll give people 15 minutes to donate. Hit the Cash App. I'm the only one up here. I would say hit either 3, but I'm the only one up here, so I wouldn't know if y'all send it to them. But hit the Cash App for an extension.
I don't
If
know
not,
if it's to
at
prevent the
11 at
crowd from coming up this
1:15 my
way
time, I'm gonna end it.
and possibly moving towards City Hall, or if they're gonna go towards the crowd.
It just looks like stuff's
and try
getting
to
out of
push 'em
steam. Watch
out.
me end it, and then all hell like World War III breaks out.
And then it all breaks loose, right?
It looks like the crowd is coming to meet them.
Don't worry, I'll be up. So if it breaks out, I'll definitely start streaming again.
Flashlights on the roof.
Just here waiting for Marines to come open mouth smile.
The horses. Snap. It's kind of serious. Oh!
Alright, I just realized it was 1:05 when I gave that message, so at 1:20 we'll be ending
getting
it if
behind
no
them?
one else come through.
Are we getting to the head cracking now, finally?
Oh, snap. This is the
See,
Calvary.
they took a little bit of the fire and they returned it.
Oh shit! Here we go. It's hitting the fan now.
Them boys rolling deep. They're here deep. Oh, they're running. They're running. Got it. Let me get up. They're
Look
running.
at the roaches scatter.
Your ex-wife is probably out there right now. Got a car. What's with that car?
Alright, so they're coming to clear Chavez and Alameda.
They're chasing after them? Look, they're chasing after them. Are they running?
Yeah, they're running them off the street.
They're running.
Which way?
Uh-oh.
Oh.
No, I just ran into him.
I think he's scared the shit out of me. He's like holding a flashlight. I was like, oh,
I just don't want to get hit for a firework from the crowd. We're good here, huh?
They scared the shit out of me though. I just like, oh.
They just came out of nowhere? Or you were just chilling right here? You're like, what the fuck? You seen horses?
Hey, this shit though.
Oh, yeah.
Want it?
Nah, hell no.
It's already used though.
Put it in your pocket, man.
Shit. Careful. Careful.
The helicopter pilot's talking shit. He was talking shit to him, the helicopter. He's like, why you guys running away?
Ah, did he really say
Oh my
that?
God, it smells like horse shit.
Is that what he told him? The guy in the chopper?
Horse shit, bro. Be careful. Did you hear the helicopter pilot? Yeah. He was talking shit to him. He's like, I thought you guys, he was like clowning him.
How about this though? No, I had some gas.
Oh, shit.
So this is where that dumpster fire was and where that van incident happened. It's straight ahead past those street signs over there. You can see the dumpster still burning a little bit, white smoke.
Helicopter pilot really trash talked to them, said, "Why are you running away? Tears of joy, tears of joy, tears of joy, tears of joy."
FD for. Hear that?
Maybe the dumpster fire?
I said roll FD right away.
I heard. I thought I heard shots fired when they were running, but I didn't want to like report something that didn't happen. They took on, like, when they were first rolling over, they took on fireworks, and they were shooting at some dudes, like, up against that building.
Really?
They were like, they put their hands up, they were running, and then they stood, and they're like, pop, 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 and you could see the fear. I could smell the fear from across the street. Like, them dudes are scared. Imagine all this coming at you, and they're shooting at you. All right, so we're right here on Main Street.
Now, is that the National Guard or is that the LAPD?
Got police staged here. The last of the crowd was down over there by the burning.
That's the LAPD. The guard is at the federal building.
Chevron.
That's what I thought. I thought that was the LAPD.
Although most of it's been thinned out on this side. I don't know. There's probably still over 100 people spread out. So they came in deep here to take control of this intersection and try to push people out of here, I guess. Basically, they just want to keep breaking up where all the crowds
Yeah, did
are.
you guys know that the
Thin out,
NYPD
and then they just
is like
retired,
the
and eventually they leave.
15th largest military in the world? Oh.
Huh?
I haven't seen it in a while.
Yeah, David, bro, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Like the NYPD is way more equipped than people know.
You were there too? Taking pictures?
Yeah, I'm taking photos right now.
I don't remember either.
It's been a while.
Did you say what's up there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. At the blood party, I remember.
Yeah.
You were taking pictures?
Yeah, I'm taking a lot of photos. I've been here since 3 already. So.
You driving or on foot?
I'm on foot, bro.
I'm exhausted, bro. Last night I did 12 hours on foot, pretty much. Not 12, Compton.
Yeah, Compton.
I didn't do 12 hours on foot. I did like, I don't know, 8 or 10. Probably, maybe like 8. And then I drove around. I was exhausted.
I didn't want to go there because I knew some shit was going to pop out here and I did.
Yeah. Oh, I've been there. I was here when they were on fire in the day.
What a crazy night, man.
It was like the Waymo cars were on fire and people were calling them in, so they requested them and then the people were burning them. Huh?
Hey, David, New York City is its own world, bro.
Let's go check
right.
these guys out.
Yeah, it did get out of control with the overpass on Spring Street. See vehicles with the Waymo vehicles, like we said, over in Merrill Street area. But what we're seeing now, these are anarchists. These are not law-abiding citizens. These are people that want to cause problems, and they've come into LA to do so.
Wow, and as you're saying that, we're watching somebody who is
so fast that he's going to run somebody over because there's just so many pedestrians running around, so many people with their phones out. This guy's already hit multiple things. You see the bumper damage almost hitting that vehicle head on, and people are continuing to throw rocks at him. This is Alameda and Cesar Chavez. I think that guy was trying to go up to the driver's door. More people throwing things at this vehicle. Again, we don't know.
Hard. There are people out in front of him.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I thought he was going to hit the motorcycle.
It looked like he was aiming for him.
Yeah, yeah. This person is clearly upset.
Officers now responding.
Moving through.
These are sheriff's guys.
Oh, chilling. Oh, man.
There's a small crowd over here on the corner of Spring and Chavez, North Spring Street and Chavez. It looks like that's pretty much the last of the crowd.
No Spring and Chavez.
You guys need to go pick a side, Leave the area, get out of here.
Oh, there's cops over here. Man, they got the horses, everything.
Hey, these cops are gonna bank 150 grand this year. All of that in OT.
All right. I'll give it a few more minutes. Support the Griffno State. $5 for 30 minutes. $10 for an hour. If not, I'm gonna end it at about 120, 125.
Oh.
Looks like it's starting to peter out. Unless something popped off while I was away. Something popped off while I was away.
Man, there's nobody there.
Oh my God! At least look like they're making them go home.
God bless those horses. They are so well trained. Bless those horses. They are so well trained.
I think they trampled somebody earlier, rightfully so though. Kind of kicked them a little bit, not really fully trampled. Thank you, Jessica, for the 20. Oh. Move. Yeah, son, you gotta move quicker. They're gonna take you out.
Oh damn, they fucked up these cop cars.
Damn.
Fuck.
Oh, they slashed the tires?
They
Oh,
slashed the tires.
Oh.
They slashed tires and shattered a lot of the glass.
Oh, you guys are not going anywhere. Tire slashed. Windows broken. Dashboard cracked.
So I will leave you guys with this before we wrap it up. I do want to show it. It looks like it's gonna be funny as fuck. So let me just mute the video in the background because I gotta play it through my desktop. So give me 1 second, bear with me. This shit makes me laugh incredibly fucking hard. Support the Griffin State if you want the extension. Remember, it is $5 for 30 minutes, $10 for an hour. But while covering protests in Los Angeles, 9 News Australia's U.S. correspondent Lauren Tomasi was shot point blank with a rubber bullet by an LAPD officer. The moment was captured on live television. That was wild. He just like straight up upped it at her and just squeezed it. It was
They got her up out of there.
That was fucking wild. They were like bop 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 boom.
Yeah, they got her up out of there. She was over there talking about peaceful protester. They said, all right.
We're gonna put your back into it, man. Use 2 hands. Scream when you hit it. Ah!
What are they trying to get the cars out of there?
Yo. The chaos in the city, the damage done. Oof.
So they broke out the glass of a bunch of cop cars while they were over there. They came back, they left their cars unattended. They broke out the glass on this one, so the LAPD is breaking it out so they can drive away, I guess. And they also said they slashed some of the tires of the other cars back here.
It's funny how they gonna blame this all on Donald Trump. If he hadn't been duly elected by the people, this would have never happened.
Damn, Brent.
Caught him slipping.
You know those people crazy too.
Chavez and
Imagine dating those people, you know they're breaking some shit.
North Spring Street. This is North
Can we force a state to secede? Tears of joy, tears of joy.
You know what's funny? The LA taxpayers don't even realize that they're going to pay for all this damage. Cop cars and everything.
Exactly. Snowman, are you there? Because I didn't get any donos and I'm already 5 minutes past when I said I was going to end it. If you got any donos, let me know. And we can't ask Bumpkin. I think it's petering out, guys. I really do. I'm getting EP. I think I'm gonna go to bed.
We've been here 10 and a half hours.
So, all right.
All right, guys, man. Y'all have a good night.
You got any final words you want to give out?
I was hoping for some head cracking. I'm underwhelmed, but I thank you for doing the hard work.
But it ain't hard. It's for fun. I like talking to y'all. I like streaming for y'all. It ain't no hard work.
But I did want to see some head cracking. That's what I was hoping for. Some head cracking, maybe some throwing, maybe some throwing back over the wall on video. I'd have been okay with that.
Can get the deportation catapults.
Yeah. All right, bro. You guys have a great night, man.
All right, you too, American man. Dennison, you got any last final thoughts? Going once. Going twice. Dennison, any final thoughts? All right, it was great having you. Oh, okay, good. There you are.
Just money me, you know? Money the crypto state. Money me now. I did my part.
Thank you very much for the restream and the help. Thank you, Dennison. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And I hope everybody has a nice white sleep tonight.
A nice white sleep. Yeah, let's go.
All right, peace.
All right, peace. Thank you for coming. Snowman, any final thoughts? Any final words? Are you going? Going once? Going twice? All right.
Oh, sub to me and hit that bell because, you know, I go live every whenever. So hit that bell to know when I'm live.
You got your link. If you want to post your link in the back chat, I'll post it before I end it. But I'm gonna drop Snowman and you down. Just post your link in the back chat and I'll post it. All right.
Thank you.
No problem. All right, guys. Remember, these are my final thoughts. These are my opinions. There's a fifth column in this country, and they want to be manipulative. They want to manipulate your emotions. They want to manipulate your economics. They want to benefit them. And when you finally stand up and say enough is enough, they say, well, I've been your ally for this long, but they're just here for Gibbs. They're here for free shit. They're here time and time again to get what they can from the welfare system, to get what they can from the state. They tell you, oh, well, you should do something about it. And then when you do, they cry and whine. Remember, this is your country. Your ancestors founded it for you. It is up to you. It is your birthright to choose who is here and who is not here. Thank you, everyone, for coming. God bless you all. I love you all. I appreciate you guys watching. Thank you for tuning into the morning stream that wound up being the whole day stream. Thank you for tuning in to the second part. And thank you all for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please like, share, and subscribe to everyone who we posted links for. I'm posting Dennison's link now. I wish I could have gave stronger words. I was more articulate earlier in the day, but I am eepy as hell. I've been up for almost 24 hours. I'm gonna drop the Discord as well. There was a link dropped. All of you guys watching on Twitter in the comment section of this video, the links are all there. If y'all want to join the YouTube channel and join the Discord, we are building a community of streamers and of gamers. We do community events. We play games together. We do as much as we can to build that community. Please join. If you join within 30 minutes at the end of the stream, you don't have to get vetted. You'll just get a role and be allowed to see everything. Thank you all for coming. Remember, these are your homelands. These are your nations. You don't owe it to the third world. You don't owe it to anybody to give them away. This stuff was built for you, and they're trying to actively steal it from you. Make no mistake, this is a conquest. This is not immigration. This is a conquest. Anyone who says otherwise is a traitor and a liar. Thank you all. Love you all. I appreciate you being here. God bless you. Y'all have a wonderful night.